Hello. Good morning, everyone. Looks like we are about ready to get started. Oh my. Gavin is doing his, I guess, Wednesday tournament or whatever it is that he normally does on Wednesdays. So I suppose that means he is not playing today, because otherwise he would be busy playing in like a pairs event or maybe a Swiss or something like that at the Nationals. So don't know if he is back home and he was only there for one event or if he's going to be playing later in the week. Well, apologies, Greg. Yeah, just came back live, and we're about to start up play for the semifinals of the Soloways. So, what matches do we actually have? I mean, I'm never going to remember this stuff. So we have Zimmerman against Goodman, and Street against Fleischer. Still expecting the Fleischer-Zimmerman finals, but obviously all four of these teams have done quite well to get here so far. Hopefully I won't have to entertain everyone for an hour before play starts today, but I guess that could end up happening. Well, is Gavin live on Twitch, by the way? No, he is not live on Twitch. At least not under the bridge category. Okay, I'm going to try and remember to do predictions. I know I forgot in the very last segment yesterday. So let me pull one up now. Okay, who's going to win this segment? Which match do we want to watch? Goodman, Zimmerman, or Street, Fleischer? Well, I know for a fact Craig is going to absolutely not watch the Street match. You predict that Greg needs new underwear. So I think if we want to watch the Fleischer Street match, we probably should do that now. And I mean, that looks like a good table. Klukowski, Kalita, Donati, Precario, but I think we'll hold out for the Fleischer against Street, because we might not be able to see any of them for the remainder of the day. Alright, prediction started. Street versus Fleischer. I will pick a table. How about this one? Should I wait and get some nameplates on here? I mean, I guess I would prefer to watch a pair that we haven't seen yet. Maybe Chip and Marty, if we could find them. They're probably sitting north-south in the closed room, would be my guess. All right. I mean, I guess let's do it. This is the table I've selected. Hopefully we get some fun players. I am going to join the broadcast, and this is nice. We've gotten in here before cards have actually started or come out. So that means I can do a little bit of an introduction. But anyway, Twitch chat, please vote. YouTube chat, come over to Twitch and then vote and then go back to YouTube. And I will see you all at the break. I don't know if I will have a co-caster for the first segment, but if they do, I am all prepared for that. We will not have any echo. I already have my earbuds plugged in. And yeah, I'll see you all in a little bit. Hello, good morning everyone in Atlanta and otherwise. We're going to be checking out the first quarter of play of the Soloway knockouts. Fleischer against Street. We don't have nameplates up yet, but we will get those as soon as possible. And then I will pull up the convention cards to take a look at who's playing in this room. Starting out the day, 2 passes around to South, who also passes in 3rd seat, and West electing to open a no trump, 14 count, 6-card diamond suit, but this is fairly common for players at this level. And I wonder if North is going to stick in a call to show both majors with his 10 count, kind of a maximum passed hand, or if North is just going to go quietly. Probably the one opportunity for North-South to get involved in this auction. Well, Fleischer has had a couple of hard-fought matches to get here. I don't recall Street's route. I think they might have been down in a couple of their matches as well, maybe early on, but made some comebacks. Looks like North is going to stick in a major showing bid, 2 diamonds. Wait. Now that I'm seeing the alert, this is... a little bit less clear? Okay, well, looks like we just have a transfer auction. So East is transferred to Hearts, and then invited in no trump. 9 high card points, so maybe that indicates that the... I'm actually not sure what's going on anymore. I was going to say if East has a 9 count, then that might indicate the range is a little bit different, but Al Hollander is providing us some extra information. Thank you, Al, for jumping in to provide all the explanations. 2 no trump is 5 hearts and 4 clubs, invitational or better. 3 clubs is asking, and 3 diamonds showed an invite. So West, understandably, with the source of tricks and diamonds, despite not having any extra high cards for the opening no trump, has accepted the invitation to go to game. A spade opening lead is going to give Declare a second spade trick, and that Queen of Clubs is an entry to the long diamonds. So it looks like, especially with the heart suit being blocked here, Queen 10 Doubleton and South, there's no way for the defense to... Oh, you know what? This might set up a 5th defensive trick. So now that I'm looking at it, I imagine I was going to say Declare probably has 5 diamonds, 3 clubs, and the ace of spades, which they do, but it looks like the defense will get to 5 first after this lead. They're gonna have to figure out a way to cash out, though, and that might not be so easy. Because to make sure the hearts don't get blocked, South is gonna have to win the first round of the suit with the Queen of Hearts. And that either means when North gets in with the Diamond King, they're going to have to underlead the Ace King of Hearts, which I don't think is very practical. Or when South gets in with the Spade King, South is going to have to switch to the Queen of Hearts, which is doable, but definitely a lot more difficult. Although, maybe South will work this out. I mean, for starters, the 7 of Spades looks like it is from a weak spade holding. I don't know if conventionally North would be leading the 7 from 10-7, 4-3, for example. But if that's the case, when South gets in with the King of Spades, South might continue the spade suit, hoping that they can just collect a bunch of tricks and spades. Now, this hand might be over in a different way pretty quickly. If Declarer elects to try the diamond finesse, then the defense is going to have a pretty easy time. Because in doing so, Declarer is going to expose the entire club position. South will have a number of clubs to cash, maybe, depending on how Declarer goes about it. And Declarer is also going to effectively strand the entire diamond suit in their own hand, as North is very likely to duck the first round of diamonds if Declarer takes a finesse. Well, a couple of possibilities. So, as Declarer, I mean, you can see that if the King of Diamonds is offside, the defense has 3 hearts and a spade trick to cash if you misguess at trick 1 here in the spade suit. So, like, if as Declarer you were able to put up the Queen of Spades and it holds, then you're in a much more comfortable spot. You can effectively just play off all the diamonds from the top. But that would be a very risky thing to do. South could have the Spade King. Okay. This is actually a really interesting attempt from Declarer. It looks like Declarer has worked out that North has not led away from the Spade King. Not sure how he came to that conclusion. But all right, this is this is now going to kind of end things rather quickly, because even though Declarer theoretically now has 9 tricks, you know, I guess the hand's not over. It's early in the morning for me, still waking up, but Declarer does now have 7 more tricks, right? The Queen of Clubs is an entry to West's hand. Well, the diamonds are an entry to West's hand. He has 5 diamonds and the 10 of Spades. So North now does need to lead a low heart to the Queen in order to beat this. That's going to be pretty challenging, I think, especially given that given that West is not known to have a 6-card diamond suit on the auction. So North might exit a club. He might just continue spades to try and set up an extra spade trick. I feel like there's almost no way North gets this position right. And we do see the result from the other room. The other table did play in 3 no trump on kind of a similar type of auction. No trump opener transferred hearts, and then East just decided to bid 3 no trump himself. I think the French pair in that room is playing 14 to 17 for their no trump openers, so that would explain Bassis's decision to just game force with the 9 count. Here, if you're playing something a bit of a lower range, like 14 to 16 or good 13 to 16, then East, that's probably the reason why East treated his hand as an invite in this room. But what happened over there? They got the same spade opening lead, Declare won the ace, took effectively the exact same line of play, taking a diamond finesse, and then 2 more rounds of spades came. So ultimately the defense kind of reached the exact same position. And Street in the south would have been the one to have to find this shift to the Queen of Hearts from Queen Doubleton. But no, it looks like we're going to get the exact same result here as in the other room. Spade continuation, Declare is just going to quickly claim his 9 tricks. And that's a good result for East-West, but a push board to start off the proceedings today. So hopefully we get some name tags for the players. We have Mano and DeFranco, East-West for the Street team, and Cementa and Versace, North-South for Fleischer. All right, let's pull up those cards. So East-West for Street are playing what looks like a fairly natural system. They play, 15 to 17 no trumps if I'm reading their card correctly. So maybe a little bit of an unusual decision by DeFranco to not game force opposite his partner's 15 to 17 on that previous hand, kind of unlike what happened in the other room. And North-South also are playing a fairly natural system. But as Al's pointing out, both pairs are playing transfer responses to their club. So South's 1 club opener, a lot of balanced hands and weak no trumps. North's 1 diamond showed 4 or more hearts. South showed 3 hearts. 3 no trump presumably looks like a choice of games. 5 card hearts with game going values, but effectively a pretty balanced hand. And I would expect South to pull to 4 hearts with the Doubleton club and a bunch of controls, aces and kings, but it's possible that he could sit for this. So South does pull to 4 hearts. And now we have West on lead. Well, the only suit bid by North-South has been hearts, so both 1 club and 1 diamond were not natural, which means West has a whole variety of opening lead choices. Leading the Doubleton diamond has some appeal, especially with such a weak hand in the West. You could hope that your partner might be able to score the first 2 diamonds and give you a ruff. Then your ace of spades would represent the setting trick. Alternatively, I mean, if he wants to be super aggressive, he could go after spades, hoping to take the first 3 tricks in that suit if his partner has the king. But he does go for the diamond. Once again, it looks like Al is not listening to the commentary. That's okay. We'll get some repeat comments then from both of us about some of the auction, as well as some of the play, maybe. Well, Declare is not going to have that difficult of a time in this contract, I don't think, not with the trumps splitting. Should be able to just play 3 rounds of clubs, roughing a club in the south hand, and then pull trumps, eventually losing a trick to the club ace, spade ace, and the 3rd diamond. Not all that much that you would need to worry about as south, I don't think. Like, it's true, if clubs are 6-2, maybe you suffer an over-ruff on the 3rd round of clubs. It's possible, if this opening diamond lead is a singleton and you don't pull trumps now, that if East happens to have 2 aces, both the ace of spades and ace of clubs, West could get 2 diamond ruffs. That would also sink the contract, but yeah, kind of as expected, Versace is going after his club ruff to score his 10th trick, and this is going to work out just fine. I wonder what East is thinking about. This doesn't look like one of these positions where ducking the ace of clubs is going to help, but he does choose to duck. Ten of clubs covered by the jack. And the queen. So East can win the ace here. That can't be the way the play has gone. There's no way that 8 of clubs is the correct play. Okay. We're waking up now, both me and the VuGraph operator. Okay, so East did win the club ace. Wouldn't really have cost. I mean, the 6 of clubs count would have confirmed that Declare has at least 1 more club. So there's kind of no risk in ducking the club ace, but obviously I don't think there's any benefit either for DeFranco to do so. He does return a club to the queen. Now Declare can play a 3rd round of clubs roughing. And as mentioned before, just pull trumps from there. No, all of the undos. So it's gonna be like this again, is it? All right, King of clubs holds the trick. I wonder if the players at the table are the ones requesting these undos. Well, West gets in with the jack of clubs. I think based on the length of time that DeFranco probably spent deciding whether to play the ace or not on the king, Declare knew where that card was, so of course it was completely safe to lead the 10 of clubs and just duck in North's hand. No reason to try that club finesse. He knew it was failing. Now, I mean, West, looking at this dummy, can already tell that if Declare has the Spade King and the Heart Queen, he can see exactly what's going to happen. Declare is going to win a diamond return, say with the King of Diamonds, ruff the club, pull all the trumps, and eventually knock out a Spade Ace. So West might try something like switching to spades here, hoping his partner has the Spade King, or just continuing diamonds, hoping that his partner has the Heart Queen. I don't expect him to play back a club. That's just going to further Declare's efforts to ruff the club. I mean, West is the one who knows exactly the club position. He's started with 5 cards in the suit. So yeah, he does switch to spades, which I think is a very reasonable attempt. His partner's going to need to have the Spade King or this Queen of Hearts that Declare holds for them to beat the contract. So now Declare can simply ruff a club and pull trumps at his leisure. Yeah, ruffing with the 5 of Hearts, good technique. He'll play the Queen just in case there's a singleton Jack. And I imagine we'll see a claim rather quickly. So 2 pushes to start off this set. A little bit different from some of the sets I've been watching over the course of the past 3 days or so of this event. Maybe not too many system differences between the pairs in both rooms, and that's why we're seeing a little bit of more down the middle play, or bidding and then play. Well, North-South in the other room are not playing this 1 club as a weak no trump and transfers over it, so they did play 4 hearts from the other side, but also took their 10 tricks, likely on a similar line of play. All right, West gets to open a no trump 15-17. North elects not to make an overcall, despite the vulnerability. We've seen before in this event that Cementa is the more conservative of the players in his partnership, and Versace tends to be fairly aggressive. Maybe if we had flipped those 2 players at different sides of the table, Versace would have taken a call with the North cards. But here, East has been able to start with 2 clubs, Stamen, and he's now caught a heart fit from his partner. I wonder if East's decision was going to be to pass a 2 spade response to Stamen and probably also pass a 2 diamond response to Stamen, treating his hand, despite it being a 7 count, as kind of like the garbage Stamen type. But now that he's found a fit, his working kings and the minors, or in the pointed suits, are kind of nicely positioned with his partner's no trump opener, and the singleton club could be helpful. He's going to be a little bit disappointed about his partner's lack of diamond cards and king, queen, third of clubs opposite a singleton. So it looks like this is gonna be down 2 if I had to put money on it. I think it's likely to go diamond to the jack, queen, small. Maybe that's not even true. Maybe Declare will play low at trick 1, hoping that the queen 10 of diamonds are both onside. But either way, I suspect South is just going to give his partner a diamond ruff. I think pretty important for Declare to play the 9 of diamonds here. That could at least cause a little bit of confusion to the defenders. Oh, no diamond ruff. There's no risk from South's perspective. The diamonds aren't really going away on anything, as far as he can tell. I mean, especially because he has the spades kind of locked up. So returning a trump does make sense as well. But now South will eventually score 2 more diamonds and North will get the club ace. So once again, 2 down. We get an update from the other room. Lorenzini is also playing 4 hearts in the west over there. So I think likely to see, once again, another push board. 3 flat boards to start the set. I believe the boards will be duplicated across both matches today. I'm not certain of that. We didn't have duplication yesterday, I don't believe. Maybe we did. I forget if I watched the same match the entire day. But I think the boards were not duplicated. Hopefully we'll get some duplicated boards, which is always more fun for the spectators, I think, because you'll be able to get a lot of opinions from all of these world-class players about what to do with hands in basically every situation. But we're on to the 4th board of the set. So a bit of a slow start, but both teams are just warming up. Pass by West. Pass by North, and East will open, presumably a diamond. Although I was going to say it's possible that East in 3rd seat could have elected to open a 15 to 17 no trump, despite the singleton. But he does go with a diamond. South passes. West bids a heart. East is going to be able to raise to 2 hearts. And we'll have to see if South makes an aggressive takeout double. I've already mentioned before that South may be the more aggressive player in his partnership. But he does not. Not this time. Singleton, King of Hearts. Not what he wanted to see. If that King of Hearts was the King of Clubs, undoubtedly South would be coming in with the takeout double over 2 hearts. But here we are. Heart opening lead is actually quite nice for the defense, I think. It's going to be difficult for North to get back in, to continue playing more trumps. But on the surface, it looks like a good start. So South wins the king. Doesn't want to switch to diamonds. That's going to blow a trick. Spades is a little bit scary as well to switch to. That could blow a trick. He might be forced to lead back a club. And I think that's going to actually give Declare all the information about the heart suit. Because if South won the King of Hearts and had another trump, he would definitely return it here. There would be no reason to not follow through on preventing this potential cross ruff, looking at that singleton club and dummy. Well, Versace does switch to spades. Again, Declare has the same inference, I believe, about the hearts probably being 4-1. And this isn't the end of the world. Wow. What a play by Declare, actually, to guess the spade suit. Kind of a no-risk play. He effectively had this king-jack guess. If he had played low and South had led away from the jack, then North would be forced to play the king, and then the ace would win. Queen would be set up. But leading away from the king, he has prevented the defense from setting up a spade trick. The difficulty is going to be now in getting back to the West hand, because if South continues spades here, and he does, the king of spades, how does Declare get back over there to that ace-king of clubs? I mean, he could have overtaken the queen of clubs and then pitched his spade loser, but that seems a little bit undesirable. You effectively dump a club trick in order to discard one of your losers, but then eventually you're just going to lose too many tricks on a cross ruff. So North will be able to, at this point, over-ruff the 9 of hearts, cash the jack of spades, pull another trump, but that will be the end of the defense's tricks. Looks like 140 to me. And we do see the claim. So maybe some chance for a small swing one direction or another, depending on how many tricks are made in 2 hearts at the other table, or potentially if South gets a little bit aggressive with the singleton heart in the shape. It does not look like North-South's hand. Even though the diamonds lie a little bit favorably, they just have too many high cards in the opponent's suits, and clubs are splitting badly, which happens to be their best fit. I think they could easily get in trouble if South did come into that auction. On to board 5 in this room, though, South opens a club in third seat, has a 13 count. West overcalls a diamond, his 5-card suit. Kind of interesting to note, East did not take a call. 6-4 in the majors, favorable. North also didn't open the 10 count, 4x1. We've seen some pairs that would be opening some of these hands earlier in the event, but maybe that's the reason why they aren't playing today. Either way, West 1 diamond overcall fetches a... looks like a double showing hearts from North. Double showing 4 or more hearts. East bids a spade. South obviously doesn't have a heart fit, rebids 2 clubs, showing his club suit. And West might have made one of the biggest underbids of the century here with 2 spades. Singleton in the club suit. Ace, King, 10, 4th in supportive partner. It is just a 9 count, but feels like with a known 9-card fit and shortness in the opponent's suit, maybe West could have done a little bit more. Either way, I do suspect East-West are going to be able to compete to 3 spades at this point. Three diamonds by North is quite the aggressive bid. It's angling for 3 no trump. So North, with such a large club fit, conservatively could have tried something like bidding just 3 clubs over 2 spades to show that he had this 4-card heart suit, as well as some club support. But he's saying, I have diamonds controlled. We probably have 6 club tricks on this auction, at least. And if you have a spade stopper, 3 no trump might actually be the place to play. Little does he know that South does not have a spade stopper. So what is South supposed to do over 3 diamonds, though? He doesn't have a spade stopper. I would say South has denied 3 hearts already. He would have made a support double over a spade. So he probably could get away with a 3 heart bid. But okay, he does go with 3 spades. This kind of looks like a half stopper to me. And I mean, from South's perspective, he doesn't know the opponents have 10 spades between them. He probably expects they're more likely to have 8. So if his partner has Jack third, then Queen Doubleton will be the other half of the stopper that is needed. All right, here we go. 5 clubs, East-West not taking subsequent action, and we're going to need to see a diamond lead and then a spade back to get a diamond ruff if this is to be beaten. But no, West just leads the king of spades, and now with the diamond suit blocked and the king of clubs on side, Declare is going to have no trouble making this contract. So very nicely done by North-South to get to 5 clubs. I wonder if East-West dropped the ball a little bit. Now that once they had found their spade fit, it could have been possible for them to jam the auction a little bit and make it a little bit more challenging for North-South to reach this game. East signals as, please tell me the 3 of spades was a misclick. As we've grown to see, some of these partnerships really just do not care about making the loudest signals possible with their cards. I think for most players, the obvious suit preference situation here with the singleton and dummy, East should be asking for either diamonds or hearts. And so normally the lowest spot card would ask for diamonds, the highest spot card would ask for hearts. But here, the 3 of spades looks like a little bit of a funny signal. Either way, Mano is not going to be too happy about the way this defense has gone, seeing that dummy. So diamond goes around to the ace. And Declare will just be able to cross to dummy to take the club hook. So really nice result for Fleischer. Okay, this is an interesting attempt. I don't believe Declare will fall for it, but DeFranco can clearly see that he's defeated. There's no hope in the diamond suit. The hearts are coming home. If Declare needs to guess, he's probably playing the overcaller for the heart queen, and there are no more spade tricks coming his way, so he does put Declare to the test immediately. This is often a principle that you want to follow on defense, or as Declare, I mean, in card play in general. If you know that the Declare or defender is going to need to guess something immediately, you should do that at your first opportunity, rather than waiting and giving them as much time as possible. We do get a funny comment from the VuGraph operator that because all 4 of the players at the table are Italian, despite this being a North American bridge championship, all of the conversation is going to be in Italian. And so the operator can't actually tell what's happening. But I do appreciate the operator comments giving us some insight into what's happening at the table. We have not had that privilege the past couple of days, and so this is a bit of fresh air. Declare gonna mull this over. This probably is East's best attempt. But I think Declare probably is going to come to the conclusion that there's no real reason. Oh my! Well, this is an exciting turn of events because North-South had done quite well in the auction to reach the game, for which there was effectively only one defense to get the opening rough. But then East came up with a way to get Declare to go wrong. We do see first blood drawn in the match, with Street taking the lead by 6. Basis and Lorenzini in the other room ended up getting a little bit too high on board 4 and hearts. Basis, after opening a diamond and getting a 1 heart response, jumped all the way to 3 hearts with his hand, 14 count, but singleton queen. I think he liked the fact that he had a 5-card diamond suit and a little bit of shape. But with the diamond hook not working and hearts being 4-1, Declare was just had a little bit too much to handle in that contract. So 6 imps going the way of Street. And now that 5 clubs went down, that feels like another good result for Street here on this board. But on to board 6. And no trump, 15 to 17. South overcalls 2 clubs, which I am going to guess shows the majors. I will just confirm. Yes, 2 clubs shows the majors as South. Double by West just shows some values. Yeah, Al asked a comment about whether or not DeFranco should have doubled the 3 diamond bid to get a diamond lead. Maybe? I guess he doesn't necessarily know that diamonds is the right lead, and as Al mentioned, like, if the opponents are reaching for 3 no trump, then you don't want your partner to lead a diamond. That sets up a couple of diamond tricks for Declare, and then by the time you've knocked out Declare's spade stopper, it's too late. But yeah, that would have been a good thought by DeFranco. I'm guessing he didn't spend a lot of time considering it. It's also possible for them that doubling 3 diamonds might have showed a fit there. And in that case, he doesn't want to imply a double fit when he doesn't have one. That way, East-West might have gotten too high in spades, for example. So after the double by West, it looks like 2 spades is natural. Two no by West, natural, and East decides with a 17 count to go to 3 no. We get, that's an exciting lead, a club lead, the singleton club lead, and that was a very fast singleton club lead. So I'm a little surprised South didn't try a heart. I mean, I'm still assuming 2 spades was natural. It looks like that's what's going on, and it does make sense. Even though your opponents have showed the majors on your left, South might only have 4 small spades, so there's no reason for East to believe that his Ace-King-10 fifth isn't a good suit to be playing as trumps. But for that reason, I kind of expected South to maybe lead a heart. If his partner had Ace Doubleton here and hearts were 3-3, he would be able to set up the suit and get in with the diamond ace. Yeah, Al makes a good point. Maybe double was Stamen or something else from West. And if double was Stamen, I guess now South knows that West has 4 hearts and East has 4 spades, and so therefore a heart lead is a lot less attractive. That would make a ton more sense why Versace ended up leading his singleton club. This is going to scare Declare a little bit, but with club 6-1, there's actually no way to set up and run the club suit. So how many tricks does Declare have? He has 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 3 spades, gets him up to 7. And he can finesse South for the 9 of hearts. So he could lead a heart to the queen, for example, at some point, and then lead a heart to the 8, which looks like kind of the most natural way to play the heart suit, given that South has both majors. That would get him enough tricks. He could also hook North for the 10 of diamonds. Another reasonable choice, given that, once again, South is long in the majors, so probably short in the minors. But the difficulty from Declare's perspective now on this club lead is it looks like clubs are 5-2. And if that's the case, whenever South gets in, he's going to lead another club. That's going to set up 3 club tricks in North's hand, and North probably has an entry somewhere, either one of the heart honors or the diamond ace. But I'm not sure there's a whole lot Declare can do about that. He could try and force out the ace of diamonds. Like if North has the diamond ace, that is an entry that we can actually strip, and then we'll be able to go about our business, setting up tricks and hearts and diamonds. It is a good point, whether or not, so Al's pointing out whether or not East's hand is a little bit too strong for a no-trump opener in the 15 to 17 range. I'm not familiar with Mono and DeFranco's style. I think they're a little bit more old school. And in the old school style, people tend to just bid their hands however many high card points they have. So count to 17, you open a no trump. But a lot of players will advocate for upgrading with any 5-card suit if your hand is the maximum point count. And I think that's quite reasonable as well. Personally, I would upgrade. But then again, I also would prefer to play a 14 to 16 range, so it makes sense. Okay, so North has won the ace of hearts to continue the queen of clubs. Now, Declare is going to find out clubs are 6-1. And I think this is going to make him pretty happy. Because if South had not the ace of diamonds, we're fully confident at this point South must have the heart king. I mean, not just because North won the ace of hearts, but also due to the auction, South just really wouldn't be doing this with like Jack fifth, 5 small in the majors. I mean, maybe he would, but presumably not. So if South's hand was Jack fifth, King fifth, small doubleton diamond, and a singleton club, he would have preferred to lead the diamond at trick 1. That way, he would have a second diamond to lead if he were to get in with, say, the King of Hearts. So I think for that reason, Declare can be pretty convinced that North is barren of entries, and now he can go about his business, setting up tricks in diamonds and hearts at his leisure. But he still has to decide how to play the red suits, because, kind of as mentioned, there's this possibility that he could lead a heart to the 8, hooking South for the 9 of hearts. It would be a bit of a disaster if North started with ace-9 doubleton, though. Then North would get in and run a bunch of clubs, and you would go down several. So that's a little scary. But kind of for similar reasons, if we run the 9 of diamonds, taking a finesse against North's 10 of diamonds, if South started with ace-10 doubleton, then we could end up losing an extra trick that way. Oh. Okay, yeah, I was going to say I don't like the duck, because North is never getting in again, so there's no reason to duck a club. It's not helping us in any way, like rectify the count for a squeeze. All right, so Declare has played a diamond to the king. South has won the ace. And kind of similar to what we were talking about on the previous board, where it can be very valuable to put Declare to a guess immediately, South can lead a low heart back here, and this would instantly present Declare with this guess about, do I go up with the Jack to just guarantee I have another heart trick, or do I put in the 8? Oh, and it's happened. Declare was ready for it. Hops up with the Jack of Hearts. Well, I think Declare's probably going to be fine from this point. So, of course, if he takes a diamond finesse against North's 10, he's going to be okay. But even if he rises with the queen, it looks like South is getting thrown in, right? Because we can play the queen of diamonds, we can now play a diamond back to the Jack, and then we can cash the queen of spades and exit a heart. And South is going to have to lead into our ace, king, 10 of spades. So even though Declare has not picked up the diamond suit, and it looks like he only has 3 more tricks, all he needs to do is effectively strip South and throw them in. And that's exactly what he's doing here. So he'll pitch a club from his hand, South will have to return a spade, and eventually South will get the 13th trick with the Jack of spades, but Declare has made his contract, so nicely done. Almost no guesswork needed on that one. Wait, 10 tricks? I counted 9, but maybe we'll see a bit of a adjustment later. So board 5 in the other room, as we saw 5 clubs go down 1 here, East-West actually got a pretty nice result for their side and are going to be disappointed to lose 4 imps over there for Fleischer. Bassis and Lorenzini ended up bidding up to 4 spades, completely uncontested. Or not uncontested, but they were allowed to play there, even undoubled. They got out for down 1. And that still lost him 4 amps because Versace and Cemento unable to bring home the club game in this room that they reached. So Street off to a 10 imp lead through 5 boards. On board 7, we got spade opening bid. North has a huge hand, 18 count, but we don't have strong club pairs in this room. South bids a no trump, semi-forcing 2 clubs is Gazilli, showing a whole variety of hands, but some hands that are 17 plus, almost any distribution from there. 2 diamonds confirms a game force if North has a strong hand, and 2 no trump, I'm guessing, is showing a single suited spades game force. I imagine from here, North-South are probably just going to have a somewhat natural auction. But I could be wrong. We don't see any more alerts coming through, though, from the VuGraph operator. How do they do in certain contracts? That's a good question to think about. South is pretty barren of entries. There's just the King of Spades. But you do have the ability to take a club finesse when you get over there, which holds. I'm betting Al has a lot more experience with Gazilli than I do, since I've only ever played it once in my partnerships. So if you're curious about Gazilli questions, direct all of them to him and not to me. But it looks like North-South have settled into 4 spades. 3 no trump appears to be the place to play. Declare just has 9 top tricks in that contract, 7 spades and 2 aces, whereas in 4 spades, Declare is gonna actually have some work to do. Lots of chances, of course, for scoring a 10th trick. Declare has the options to take a whole variety of finesses. A line of play I actually think is probably pretty good is... Well, okay, East had to lead something, so I guess our plans are going out the window. I was thinking Declare might be able to pull 1 trump and then play ace of clubs and a club, setting up a club and dummy. And then if the trumps split 2-2, you can use the King of Spades to get to the long club, or to get to the set up club to pitch a diamond. As this hand has gone, after the diamond opening lead, Declare's diamond suit per force can set up an extra trick. And now we'll have the options of trying a club finesse or a heart finesse for an over trick. I mean, East again feeling a little bit stuck, I guess. Might just return a diamond here for lack of anything better to do. I suppose if you really wanted to try and find a hand where this contract could possibly go down, maybe you try and lead a low heart now, hoping that partner has King Doubleton. That would work out very poorly for East. Alright, he goes with the Ace of Hearts. I'm not sure this is ever going to beat the contract, because now if partner has King Doubleton, you don't get the heart ruff. Ace of clubs feels like a weird play. I think we're going to see the other black ace right about now. There it is. Ace of spades, spade to the king. Once everyone follows, Declare will be able to claim 11 tricks. So this table is a little bit ahead of the other one. We have some compares coming in. Oh my. And board 6 is a big deal. I mean, DeFranco managed that hand very well, especially after the two-suited overcall. In the other room, with Basis opening a spade, choosing to upgrade his hand, South never got to show both majors in the bidding, and that made Declare's life a little bit more difficult in 3-no Trump. Especially because it got wrong-sided. Well, not necessarily wrong-sided, but it got sided with West, so North also got off to this opening club lead, and now Declare had a lot more difficulty. Ducked the opening club lead, won the return, found out the suit was 6-1, went to work setting up diamonds, but after North got in with the ace of hearts and stripped the clubs, Declare just decided to play for the spades to break, which is completely reasonable to do, and ended up going down when neither spades or diamonds came home for an extra trick. 12 more imps to street. Well, board 8, one club by East, take out double by South. South maybe deciding they're a little bit too strong to just overcall one diamond, which is probably the alternative option. Could have been a no trump, but maybe just didn't like the fact that their clubs were only ace doubleton. I mean, even though East one club is not necessarily natural, sometimes there's just this this feeling that that an opponent might have a natural club suit over you. So 1 no by North, kind of for lack of anything better to do. He has a 6 count, but no 4-card suit to bid other than opener's suit, and I don't think he wanted to pass out one club doubled. I suppose alternative by North would have been to bid 1 diamond if he didn't feel like he had enough values for the 1 no trump bid. But when he bid 1 no, Versace said, "I've heard enough. I have 17. We don't have a spade fit, so let's just go ahead and jam it into 3-0. Hopefully partner's fitting my diamonds. Hopefully the king of hearts is a stopper, which it is not." So it looks like East-West are just going to cash the first 6 tricks. That would be my guess. And what is Declare going to discard from the South hand? I mean, obviously, if East-West just cash out diamonds, Declare wants to keep a bunch of diamonds in South, because those are tricks. I don't think East is going to get spooked into cashing the ace-king of diamonds yet, so he does not. I'm surprised Declare has pitched a couple of diamonds. I mean, there's really no hope to make this one. It kind of feels natural to just throw that 4th spade from dummy and use entries in the black suits to lead diamonds up. Because now Declare is going to go down an extra trick. Maybe this is a little bit of fatigue setting in, I'm not sure. But yeah, this felt like a very strange thing to do. Discarding that long diamond suit from the south hand. All right, so 3 down. And again, not a great result for Fleischer. If Versace had just overcalled a no trump, which I don't know if that'll happen at the other table or not, he would probably have played it there. His king of hearts would have been protected from the opening lead. I mean, he might have got a heart opening lead. West had jack 10 fourth of spades and ace fourth of hearts. Ace 10 fourth of hearts, maybe. But there we have it. We're a little more than halfway through the set. It feels like Street could be pitching the shutout here. Maybe there's some potential for over tricks coming home on board 7, for example. So Fleischer might earn themselves an imp. But this feels like a really good first quarter for the Street team. And that's also with Chip Martell and Marty Fleischer sitting out for this segment. So they're going to wake up, have their breakfast, and come in with a large deficit that they need to overcome. More than capable of doing so. I think we've seen them make some pretty substantial comebacks over the course of the event, but they got their work cut out for them. Not sure what the pause is. Maybe one of the players stepped out to use the restroom. Yeah, I feel like East-West in the other room are going to be a little bit disappointed about the results overall, Bassis and Lorenzini for the Fleischer team, because obviously on board 4, they might know that they've lost a little bit of a part score battle. They got a bit overboard to reach 4 hearts. But then board 5 feels like at least a pretty decent result. When you get to your 10-card major suit fit and get to play their favorable, undoubled, and you escape for down 1 when the opponents are pretty close to making a game, that can't be a terrible score. And then obviously on board 6, with no opposition bidding, Bassis did not have the same information that South had length in both majors, so ends up going down 1 and 3 no trump. Okay, VuGraph operator tells us that there is a smoke break. I don't know how many of these players are smokers. I think Cementa is, and I think DeFranco is, but I'm not sure. But Al has mentioned that in the other room, South overcalled 1 no trump at one table and 1 diamond at the other. And that kept their side a little bit lower. I do totally agree with Al. I think I brought up earlier in the week that one of the one of the other issues with duping boards is that there's a little bit of a security risk if there are 32 teams in play. Then this whole thing about people going out for smoke breaks does add a little bit of the potential for information exchange, or someone, not necessarily because someone's trying to cheat, but just because someone's having a conversation with their partner while they're smoking and the other table overhears and they haven't played the board yet. So for that reason, it's a little bit more challenging to duplicate the hands when there are so many teams in play. But now that we're down to just 2 matches going on, there's probably a little bit of tighter security, allow players to take smoke breaks, but maybe send a tournament director out with them to try and segregate them from the other match that is going on. So North opens a heart. Nice hand, 14 count, 5-5 in the reds. East passes, South bids a spade, and I mean, West was going to bid that, right? West might even have come in with 2 spades if South had started with a no trump, but here West has kind of been shut out. So a heart, a spade, 2 diamonds. Notably, North is limited in this auction. I'm pretty sure most of the Gazilli players will play 2 clubs is Gazilli over a major and no trump, and over a heart, a spade. I'm not confident that this North-South would play that, but if that's the case, then North is limited to like 16 highs for this auction. So that makes South's hand a little bit of an easier pass. If you could have had one of these like standard 18 counts or something for the 2 diamond rebid, South might be worried about missing 3 no trump with that source of tricks and clubs. But here, content to just play 2 diamonds. East has almost an obvious trump lead with that ace-10 fifth of hearts sitting over declare. Yeah, so declare does win the jack of diamonds now to preserve the 3 in dummy while he leads hearts up towards the king. Spade gets ruffed, declare can ruff a heart, ruff a spade, and claim the rest, in fact. So that's 11 tricks and diamonds. I think the fact that South had bid spades and North's void kind of put him off from showing his hand as a little bit stronger than it was. And I suspect that the defense might have been able to defeat 5 diamonds if declare got there. Like, if they really saw all the cards, then East could know this defense of pulling trumps wouldn't work, and instead might go after a club ruff in partner's hand, or might go after a tap by leading a bunch of spades. And either of those defenses look a little bit more promising to score 3 defensive tricks. But 3 no trump obviously has very little play for North-South, so I don't think they're going to be too disappointed in the result, staying a little bit low, playing in a part score, and scoring up 150. All right, 1 club by East. Could be short, could be as short as 2, so it could be a weak no trump type hand. South will pass. And West will bid 1 spade, which would deny a 4-card major. I assume, because I don't believe West will want to trot out something like 3 clubs, even though that's mostly where his hand lives. With 1 club being artificial, it's a little bit risky to do that. Okay, he bids 2 clubs. Apparently they have a 2-club bid available as natural, which is nice and convenient. Ah, okay, it's actually a little different. 2 clubs could be a weak hand with clubs, or it could be a weak hand with both majors, longer spades. So just conventional for them. 2 diamonds is asking. And now West will bid 3 clubs. This could actually freeze North-South out of the auction. I mean, they probably want to be frozen out of the auction, because despite having a spade fed, they have very few values. But I think over somewhat of a more normal auction, North probably would have gotten in there with a spade bid of some sort, and that could have allowed them to find their spade fit. They do only have 7 tricks available in spades from their side. They have 5 trumps and 2 hearts. So whatever West bid means, or whatever West bids, it's going to mean a weak hand with clubs. All right, 2 spades, weak with clubs. And so East, obviously sitting here on this 18, has a pretty nice hand. I wonder if he's going to trot out a spade splinter, if he has that available. Like, if he could bid 3 spades as shortness showing, then that might get his side to the club game, which effectively would be on a heart guess. You can pitch West's small heart on the ace, king, queen of diamonds. But no, he just goes directly to 5 clubs. And that seems like a reasonable approach as well. I mean, from his perspective, if partner does have something like king, 6 of clubs and out, he can count, I mean, almost enough tricks here, especially with South not overcalling a spade and North not overcalling 2 spades. He probably suspects that he'll be able to take some spade roughs in his own hand. So I like the gamble on 5 clubs, and now he's just going to have this this heart guess to make his contract. Or maybe he won't. Maybe Versace will lead a heart at trick 1. He probably knows, I mean, especially since North didn't double 2 spades, which probably in their methods is, I think, likely to ask for a spade lead. I don't think Versace would lead a spade from his hand. And if he wants to make an aggressive lead, hearts is a lot more attractive than diamonds just because he has the queen. This isn't one of these situations where leading away from queen third is necessarily is often going to blow up a trick in the suit, because West is so weak, they probably don't have the king or ace of hearts. So if your partner does have just Jack third, you're still going to have a heart trick coming. A declare would have the ace and king. And if North happens to have, say, the ace Jack of hearts or the king Jack of hearts, then he would really want to lead hearts at trick 1. But he does go with a spade lead. A little bit surprised by that. Mostly because, kind of as I had mentioned, North did not make this lead directing double over 2 spades. Well, spade to the ace, spade back, hasn't given anything away. So now declare will probably play a club to dummy, ruff the last spade, pull trumps, and maybe play 4 rounds of diamonds just to get a full count on the hand and see what South's opening hand looked like before trying the heart guess. So I think good technique here would be to leave the jack of clubs to the king. That way, if clubs happen to be 4-0, you can ruff your spade with the ace of clubs and then take a club finesse against South. Not a whole lot of extra chances being gained there. I mean, clubs being 4-0 is probably pretty unlikely. Now Al has tuned into the fact that there is voice at this table. Yes, I am here. I am here. He's listening to Pandora, which is probably a much better thing to be listening to at this point. So don't know if the VuGraph operators caught this, or if Declare has just kind of like missed a little bit of a technical play here where they could have overtaken the jack of clubs instead of the 3. Given that they're going to be roughing a spade with a high club anyway, it doesn't seem like there's much cost to this plan. So now they can overtake the jack of clubs to continue pulling trumps. Trumps have split. And as I guessed, I suspect 4 rounds of diamonds will come now. It's mostly just to try and figure out what South's opening lead was coming from. Because if South turns up with like the jack 10 third of diamonds or something like that, you know, that feels a little bit weird. Versace making a very nice play here of pitching a heart, in fact. He didn't need to. He could have discarded a spade, which would have been 100% safe. But he knows exactly what's going on. Or maybe he's just guessing exactly what's going on the defense here. And so it looks pretty unnatural to pitch a heart away from the queen, right? That wouldn't be a lot of players' first choice of discard here from South. But he does it early, and this might throw Declare off, make him think that South has pitched a heart from the ace. Because pitching a heart from ace third is... I think everyone would have done that. 10 of hearts, around to the queen. Nicely done on defense by North-South here to get Declare to go wrong in the heart suit. And down 1, probably the first result that they can feel really happy about, because this is the first time that East-West have had a little bit of a slip-up. They've misguessed in how to handle the suit there, how to handle that heart guess. So South gets to open a club with his 11 count. I suspect, but maybe we'll see him pass. Oh, they're playing a bit of a variable no trump, huh? First seat, non-vulnerable, 10 to 13. Wow. Okay, so 10 to 13, no trump. North will transfer to hearts, or transfer to spades, using 2 hearts. And I wonder what North's going to do. Opposite a 10 count, North probably doesn't have a hand that's game forcing. So I wonder if they have some sort of convention available to show North's hand as like spades and clubs, invitational, then North might do that. Otherwise, 3 clubs game forcing is probably your best bet. What a lot of people don't realize is that if you're playing this system where you don't have a way to invite other than to bid 2 no trump, one of the problems with those auctions is that if you're doing it with balanced hands like 5-3-3-2 or these unbalanced hands 5-4-4-0, you're often just going to end up in the wrong part score when partner rejects the game. And so 2 no trump could go down while 4 spades or 5 clubs could have been making. So that could be a reason why North has chosen to game force, because he's always going to get to the right strain, either spades or clubs, or, you know, maybe on a unusual day, diamonds. If South now bids 3 diamonds natural, they can back into like a 5-4 diamond fit here. Okay, maybe 3 diamonds is not natural now that South has bid it. Well, so 3-0 by North. I'm not doing great today at interpreting these auctions. I really don't have any clue what's going on anymore. I'm pretty sure 3 clubs was natural and game forcing. 3 diamonds is a little bit unclear to me, and then 3-0 is also a bit strange. But I guess we'll see what South does. Because if South pulls to 4 spades, then I guess 3 diamonds might have confirmed a spade fit. Four spades it is. So West on opening lead is not going to be happy. I expect to see a heart lead from West, mostly because the unbid heart and diamond suits, you really don't want to be leading away from that King Jack 10. No, he goes with the ace of spades, and this is going to work out actually pretty well for him. Declare can make this contract if he chooses to double hook the clubs through West. Now, I don't know if this ace of spades lead is going to be so bizarre to Declare that he's going to figure out exactly what's happening. Or if he'll just cash the ace king of clubs and hope that the queen falls. But ace-jack doubleton of trumps is definitely an unusual opening lead to make. So that's going to give Declare some pause for thought. while Declare's thinking about what, I mean, he'll probably pull the last trump, but after that, he's going to spend some time trying to decide what to do on this board. We'll take a look at some of the results from the other table. Oh my. Board 8, East had opened a club, and here we saw Versace be a little bit aggressive with a 17 count, start with a takeout double. His counterpart, Street, in the other room, overcalled a no trump, played it there, but ended up taking only 5 tricks. So maybe mishandled the play a little bit, because it looks like there's only 6 available for East-West. Maybe there's 7 available for East-West if Declare goes after the diamond suit. Yeah, on an opening club lead, looks like the defenders can set up a couple of club tricks. So 1 no trump went down 2. Could have been a funny push if 3 no trump had gone down 2 in this room. But Fleischer on the board, board 9. East-West get to 4 spades once again, kind of incredibly. And once again, they're not doubled. And once again, they go down only 1 trick, losing what looks like 1 heart, 1 diamond, and 2 clubs. So they pick up 2 imps for their troubles when 2 diamonds made 5 in this room. And we have yet to see what happens on board 10 in the other room. It's possible that the contract will be duplicated, but remember there was that heart guess. So we could easily see a big 13-imp swing going the way of Fleischer, who would be right back in the match if they managed to pull that off. All right, Declare has pulled some trumps and is firstly working on the diamond suit. Oh, you know what? I just realized Declare has no entries to his hand. Well, he has 1 entry to his hand, but if he wants to double hook the clubs, he needs to get a second entry somehow, and he doesn't have one. So as long as West continues diamonds here, Declare will not be able to make the contract from a double dummy perspective. I guess that's not true. I guess that's not true. Right, he could, like in theory, even if West does do his good work of continuing diamonds, Declare could win, lead the jack of clubs, queen, ace, and then exit another diamond. And per force, the opponents are going to have to give him either access to the heart ace as an entry to his hand, or play another club, also giving him an entry to his hand. Now this works because the diamonds are 3-3. I don't believe this is the line of play Declare will take. I strongly suspect that he's just going to end up ducking a second diamond, winning the third, finding out the diamond split, and going ace of hearts, pitch a club, ace, king of clubs, the queen doesn't drop. That would be my guess, though. West thinking it over because, first of all, West just really has to be wondering what kind of diamond holding would Declare play the diamonds this way. Like low to the 8 and losing to the jack. Is it possible that Declare has the ace queen of diamonds? He says yes. So this club going around to the 6 and 7. Yeah, and now declares in the driver's seat, Jack of clubs. He knows the queen is on side. East would not have ducked the queen of clubs there. Covered. Now he knows that the club suit is coming home. Diamond to the ace. Heart pitching a diamond. Take a club finesse. 10 tricks. Again, another really nice result actually for north-south on this one. It might be duplicated in the other room. So, but another big potential plus position for Fleischer on this hand. And now I think for Fleischer hands, you can sit back and relax a little bit. It looks like they're warmed up. They might still exit this quarter down. Wait, what? That's not the right claim. Though you'll have to give a bit of leeway to the view graph. Okay, it got adjusted just there. I see in the bottom left or bottom right, 4 spades making 10 tricks. But yes, the view graph operator this time has a little bit of difficulty because all of the players are speaking in Italian, and whoever the operator is does not speak Italian. Ooh, big hand from east-west here. It looks like... I mean, it looks like if Declare guesses everything, they can take 13 tricks in clubs. I don't believe that's what's going to happen. Well, that might happen, but I don't believe that's the contract they'll reach. I mean, they're off the trump queen, and they're off the queen of spades. Although, maybe you don't need the spade queen. It looks like you can ruff a heart in the east hand, take a club finesse, pitch a spade and a heart on the ace king of diamonds. Anyway, a heart by West, 12 high card points, 5-5 in the round suits, looks pretty sensible. East bids 2 diamonds, game forcing. North-South, not at all interested in coming into this auction at these colors and with no values. So we've seen before that some of the pairs play 3 clubs doesn't necessarily promise extras, and that's what Mano goes with conventionally. North passes. So East has a little bit of a tough decision. I mean, 3 diamonds might occur to a lot of players, and that seems like a reasonable bid. But So East does start with 3 diamonds. One of the challenges with being in a game-forcing auction when you have extra values is that you want to make sure that you can keep the auction alive and get information from partner about slam potential, right? Like East has 20 high card points and their partner opened the bidding. They're pretty convinced that they are already well on their way to bidding a slam. So what East wouldn't want to do is take up a ton of bidding room or make bids that don't actually get extra information from their partner. Like if East had bid 3 spades, for example, to say, hey, do you have a spade stopper? Can we play in 3 no trump? And West bids 3 no. You're not really gaining a whole bunch from that auction. So East bids 3 diamonds, kind of probing a little bit for, do you have a diamond fit with me? West bids 3 spades. Looks like just patterning out. Okay, East bids 4 diamonds. This gets alerted. And I'm guessing this is probably kickback for clubs, which looks like a reasonable choice. Let me see if this is listed on their card. Oh, they supposedly play Turbo, which I'm not familiar with, but it is written Turbo over Miners on their card. So maybe the spectators will be more familiar than I am, or Al can give us a little bit of an explanation as to what these bids mean. This might be 1 key card. Okay. Yeah, 4 spades alerted. So this might be 1 key card in clubs. Okay, here's a question. How does 7 no trump do? It looks like Declarer has 5 clubs, 3 hearts, 2 spades, and 2 diamonds for 12 tricks off the top. I mean, with the help of the club finesse. And then I suppose Declarer might rely on some sort of squeeze, but the Queen of Spades will fall. So that to me looks like, well, it looks like 7 no trump has chances. I don't know if Declarer would make it if they get there. But I'm also, once again, not familiar with the Turbo auction or implications. I don't know if East has asked about the Trump Queen or not. Normally in like a keycard auction, the next step over the keycard response would ask for the Queen of Trumps. Al has guessed that 4 spades, 4 diamonds was key card, 4 spades is 1, and 5 diamonds has asked for the club queen. I'm not sure I understand 5 diamonds asking for the club queen. That's such a foreign concept to me. For me, all of these key card auctions, the next step would ask for the Queen of Trumps, but that would make sense. So if that's the case, East needs to decide if he's continuing on over 6 clubs, and if so, how is he going to go about it? For no trump might have been an offer to play, says Danny Sprung. That makes sense as well. Yeah, maybe they're allowing for their kickback responses to settle in for no trump if they don't have enough key cards to reach a slam. Very reasonable. So East does settle in 6 clubs, and this is going to be a pretty comfortable spot. Declarer doesn't need to do all that much to make this contract. We'll see how he wants to carefully approach the play. It still looks correct to me to take the club finesse, because sometimes North has Queen 4th of clubs, and you're only effectively losing to a singleton Queen with South. But I believe some order of cash Ace of Hearts, ruff a heart, take a club finesse, play 2 diamonds, pitching a spade and a heart, and then claim the rest of the tricks is going to be the plan. So my guess is 13 tricks on this one. We'll see if that's the number Declare comes to, or if he only scores 12. But this will be a comfortable result. Board 10, other room. Fleischer has struck back. 5 clubs was bid, actually very quickly. Club by East, and we did see this 1 spade response I had alluded to, which just denied a major. 3 diamonds looks like some sort of splinter and spades, maybe. So 3 diamonds, probably a spade splinter, and 3 hearts, maybe a heart splinter for East-West. But then West just elects to jump to 5 clubs. And after a similar spade lead, spade to the ace, a low heart came through immediately. Bassis was declaring all over it, flew the king of hearts at trick 2, no longer had any guesses in the suits, and ended up scoring up his vulnerable game. Very nicely done for 12 imps. That has cut the lead to 10. So we do have a match on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Mano thinking the play over here. Probably fairly happy, at least this early in the match, to be in this comfortable 6-club contract. He knows that he has a lot of opportunities for this one to make. Okay, roughs the opening diamond lead. I mean, somewhat reasonably so. Maybe if everything goes badly for his side, he might want to set up the diamonds for extra tricks, and he can do that with a couple of roughs in his own hand. So I'm thinking a club to the jack immediately looks pretty natural. Maybe if he plays the king of clubs first, we'll see that his plan actually is to try and set up the diamond suit. He could still handle a 4-1 club split, if that's the case, as long as North is the one with 4 clubs. So that seems like a reasonable plan as well. King of clubs, club to the jack, rough a diamond, heart to the ace, rough a diamond, spade to the ace, pull a trump, start running diamonds. Eventually North gets their club, but Declare will have the king of spades entry to his long hearts. So lots of possibilities, and we can see all of them work. Can't we just tell the players at this point? Obviously not, because we have seen some slip-ups, or actually some brilliant defenses, probably more likely to be the case over the week, that players are not necessarily going wrong as declarer, but their opponents are giving them very difficult guessing positions as defenders. Versace at trick 1 did something that I think is actually quite clever on this hand, where when Declare played low, he played the jack of diamonds. And if he had played the 10, I think it might have given Declare this the sense that North might have actually been leading away from the diamond queen, which could be quite revealing. Because especially with spades being this kind of unbid suit, I mean, to some extent in the auction, an unbid suit, North might have preferred to lead a spade if he didn't have the queen. Well, Declare's gone with king of clubs, club, and it looks like this is going to work out quite nicely for him. absolute safest thing to do from here is to just pull the last trump. Then he can probably test the diamonds, and once they break, he will be able to claim a beer, in fact, if he chooses to do so. So 940. Some potential for a swing. I mean, even if East-West do not get to a grand slam at the other table, they might end up playing in no trump instead, and that could net a small swing one direction or another. Wow, 7-5 in the majors West picks up. We got 3 boards to play, but the action just doesn't stop. So North has an 11 count, but we've seen Cementa effectively be one of the most conservative players in the event. Very unlikely to open with his 11. And Versace, on the other hand, I think there's no stopping him from opening the 11 count in third seat here, with 5-4 in the minors as well. It mirror distribution between North and South, but not only seat is going to determine whether or not South is opening the bidding, but also player style. So he does open a diamond in third. And what do we do as Mano? We have a 2-loser hand. So a bid such as just blasting 4 spades, probably we might not feel as if that does our hand justice. He could start with a Michaels bid and then later just continue making forcing calls until he gets to 4 spades. Maybe that would clue his partner into the fact that if he was sitting over there with ace of spades, queen of hearts, or ace of diamonds, queen of hearts, that slam was in the picture. Yeah, long thought from Mano. He does start with the Michaels bid. This seems like the most practical chance that you would have to reach a slam if your partner has the right cards. Because I think it's very unlikely partner has a long enough spade fit that with a doubleton or singleton heart, you can actually rough the heart suit good, or that being in slam, planning to rough the heart suit good would be appealing. So telling your partner about hearts will clue them into the fact that a heart fit specifically with the queen is what you're looking for. 2 spades by North, unusual over unusual. This is going to show a limit raise in diamonds. And I bet East is going to pass. He does have a big heart fit, but with so few values, he might feel like, oh, that is that is not a pass. East has eaten his Wheaties today and is ready for a fight. I don't know if this is going to get East-West too high. I mean, West can still be worried, even if his partner has like queen fifth of hearts over there, that they're off 2 aces. So I think it's possible that East-West will still stop after this giant leap to 4 hearts. Maybe I was way off base in thinking that East would ever pass. They did have a 9-card heart fit, after all. Al providing all the flavor commentary that I'm generally so lacking that Klukowski ended up saving in 5 spades east-west over north-south's 5 diamonds. I mean, West might not be done. Whoa! Well, let's stick with this auction. I noticed a giant swing has come through on board 11, and Fleischer is now in the lead. Wow. West does float 5 hearts, giving a lot of room to his partner for the 4 heart bid. And fortunately, he's correct. I mean, this might still go down. Declare could elect to play opener for the heart queen, especially given that limit raise in diamonds from north, but I guess we'll see. What happened in the other room? Oh, Ace of Spades is actually a clever lead. Okay, he leads the Ace of Diamonds. I was thinking South might be leading the Ace of Spades just to get a look at dummy because he knows the Spade Ace is going to be cashing. But he leads the Ace of Diamonds, is rewarded that dummy has a singleton diamond, and so now he gets to take a look. Continues the Ace of Spades. And will play a second spade, hoping to give his partner a ruff. Oh, Declare has no entry to his hand. You know, he can't possibly take the heart finesse, so he's just going to have to bang down ace king of hearts and hope. This is not going to be as interesting a play problem as I thought. But I did want to take a look at board 11 from the other room because that was 14 imps to Fleischer. North-South ending up getting a little bit overboard. They get to their club fit instead of spade fit after East-West were able to jam the auction with 4 hearts. South not doubling 4 hearts. The way the auction went made North pull 4 hearts to 5 clubs, probably expecting they might have made it. And so when North balanced 5 clubs, South had to play this kind of atrocious 5 clubs doubled contract. 3 losers off the top, a little bit of difficulty in the trump suit, ends up going down 3. Maybe could have managed to get out for down 1 or 2 less, but that is a huge pickup for Fleischer, who's taken the lead by 4. On to board 14, South opens a spade. Is West going to bid hearts? West is going to bid hearts at the 2 level. Yeah, I see some comments that South on the previous board could have switched to a club, but then this is all a little bit of mind games, right? As Declare, you win the club ace in hand. Why are they giving you a hand entry when they could have just played a spade to dummy? But obviously, Versace also kind of believed that his partner might have a stiff spade. Tried to get a ruff. So 2-heart overcall. North splinters 4 clubs. Has a big hand in support of spades. And what is South going to do? If South trots out like a 4-heart cubid or 4-heart last train, North is going to have a hard time not taking over with keycard. But they're off 2 key cards. They're off the Heart Ace and the Spade King. It seems likely they're just going to settle into 5 spades here. I just saw the comment from Al about board 13 in the other match. Zimmerman, I assume, East-West, although I'm not certain about that, ended up playing 6 no-trump doubled, down 1,700. Maybe it's North-South, actually. And Kalita and Klukowski had gotten to 5 spades doubled and made that for 850. Ooh! Well, this is a spicy result. North-South not getting to bid key card means they just ended up blasting the slam. North, upon hearing that his partner had hearts controlled, looked at his hand and said, I have ace, king, queen of diamonds. There's no problem in the diamond suit. Partner surely has the ace of clubs for the way this auction has gone. Maybe partner actually has a hardpoint. And if not, and if we're off the spade king, it could be in the pocket, and he's right about that. King of hearts opening lead. Probably see East overtake this to continue hearts. Although, not sure. East does duck. West continues hearts. Declare gonna try the queen of spades, see the singleton king, and be very excited to score up this contract. So yeah, a couple of unfortunate results for Fleischer in this room at the start of the match. But now that things have gotten going, it's been all good news for them. I mean, as we said, board 12 looks like a potential pickup, although I think 6 clubs making 7 is probably most likely in the other room. Stopping in 5 hearts could be good for Street, although hearing some of the results from the other tables, 1,700 and 850, feels like 650 is not exactly par. You're not going to be winning the Butler on that one. And now getting to the slam off 2 key cards with the King of Spades on side is going to be a huge deal for Fleischer. So 2 boards left to play after we score this one up, or 1 board left to play after we score this one up. There will be a short break, and I will be returning with my regular commentator, Craig. I don't know if we'll stick with this match. We'll probably end up going to the other match, but I will figure that out during the break. So the very last hand, a little bit less distributional than some of the previous ones. South, I think this is a little bit too light for their opening style anyway. We'll end up passing the 10 count. West will pass, North can open a diamond in third seat. And I don't know if East will be overcalling a heart. It's not every player's style with just a flat 5-3-3-2 7 count, especially with those weak heart spots. But he might. Cementa's settling into have a think about his opening bid, maybe. But he does open diamond. And East does make the one heart overcall. At favorable, it seems like quite a reasonable proposition to just get in there when you have a major suit. So South will make a negative double. Or this might actually be one of these doubles that shows 4 or 5 spades. I'm going to take a quick look at their convention card just to see if I can read this, but I probably won't be able to. Al makes a good point, especially with the duplicated boards. They cannot restart until all of the tables are ready for the second quarter. That's going to be another reason why duplicating boards for, 8, 16, 32 matches is almost infeasible. Because some matches are going to go much faster than others, and players will not want to wait around for an extra hour, for example, in between the first and second segments or third and fourth segments for every table to finish up. Yeah, security being the other consideration. I mean, as a competitor, I would more care about the security concerns, but also I really don't want to not know when I'm restarting the match. So what's redouble by Mano? I mean, it looks like it's just points. A lot of players would play some sort of transfers over basically every sort of double. North bids a spade. Looks like we're confirming now that South's double was 4 or 5 spades. And North bids a no trump. Just showing a little bit of extra life and also denying a 5-card spade suit. So West balances, or kind of balances, like pre-balances with 2 hearts. He has a heart fit with his partner. So now that he's showed extra values with the redouble, he can show his heart fit. North makes what looks like a takeout double of hearts. And now South has a bit of an interesting decision. I mean, he has 2 natural heart tricks. He has a singleton and partner suit. A lot of times you'll tell players, don't double part scores at imps because the risk reward is just not good enough. But Versace, of course, realizes that he actually could get quite rich. I mean, he's a kind of a maximum passed hand, 10 high card points. The hand is not fitting well for his side. Therefore, it's probably not fitting well for the opponents either. Leads a singleton diamond. So how many tricks do North-South have? They're going to take a diamond rough, the ace-king of spades, that'll be 4, the ace of clubs is 5, and 2 more trump tricks. This is going to be at least 300. Looks like at most 300 as well. But still, I mean, a overall nice pickup on a hand where North-South were not headed to game themselves. They were probably going to end up playing a no trump or maybe 2 diamonds in the North. Should be pretty happy about this result. We do have a score coming in, board 12. duplicated result, 6 clubs making 7. Take a quick look at their auction in the other room. Looks like West was able to show clubs in some artificial manner in their 2/1 auction. East found some club support. Then I take it East bid keycard and clubs, asked about the club queen, didn't find it, settled in 6 clubs. Nicely done by the Frenchman over there to reach what looks like the right contracted imps. Hey, look at that. Cemento won the ace of diamonds and then returned the 6 of diamonds, his highest outstanding diamond spot, requesting a spade back, and Versace obliged. And now he returns the deuce of diamonds, more suit preference, requesting a club back. There's no way the 6 of clubs got played. I'm just saying there's 0 chance the 6 of clubs got played from the dummy. Okay. But club king to the ace. Now probably another diamond comes back and they are down 2. 300. Good result. So I'm going to be taking a break, and then we will be back. I don't know, it's looking like maybe 30 minutes at this point until matches resume, but definitely head over to the other room and check out the finish of this set. It should be exciting. 14 could be a big swing one direction, going the way of Fleischer, but I will be around for the 2nd through 4th quarters today, joined by my co-caster from the rest of the week, Craig Ganser. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. See you all in a little bit. Twitch chat, hello. And YouTube chat. Thank you for keeping me honest in a couple of positions. I am here. Your girlfriend was second in open pairs yesterday, and instead of congratulating her or celebrating, you're here hanging out. Well, I appreciate you. What is happening in the other room? 2nd out of 2. That would be quite the movement for an open pairs. If you only had 2 pairs. So what's going on in Zimmerman versus Goodman? It is Zimmerman ahead by 2. We wanted to actually check out, I guess, the last few boards of this set. Yeah, okay, Basis makes a more tempered 3-heart bid in this auction. Like, what the fuck was 4 hearts? What are they doing? Now I can have my unhinged commentary now that I'm not on the official broadcast, right? Like, what is going on? Who the hell is this? Oh no. We have some more wannabe commentators coming in. Also, I think it's getting warm. It was like 50 this morning when I woke up, which is, for me, freezing. And so I had to like put a jacket on, but I think it's warmer now, so I can get rid of this jacket. Great. Jacket gone. But supposedly we will have more commentators coming in. I wish them the best of luck. I actually don't know how the other commentators have been. I mean, like, Danny is fine, Larry is fine. They hopped in with me. Those were enjoyable sets, doing those. Minus 10 degrees. Well, you're from Norway, right? So that's but you're used to it. Here in Florida, we expect things to just be summer year-round. Looks like a pushboard. Okay, big one coming up. Okay, but seriously, question chat. Has anyone watched any of the other voice commentators? And how are they? Let me know. Give me your... did I put up a prediction? Oh, I did put up a prediction, but we're not done. We're not done with the set. Okay, I'm jumping the gun on this. It does look like a Fleischer victory. Yes, PJF, always the troll, is trying to come up with the most comical result possible in every case. Watched Greg Lawler. He was fine, if not super verbose. You're biased because he's your former professor. PJF, the door is that way. You can see yourself out. My best friend from college lives out in Colorado. I was out there a few months back visiting him. He's suburbs of Denver. I wonder where Craig is. Normally he's awake at this time, but it sounded as if he was in the midst of a party yesterday. I don't know if anyone else could hear the background. I mean, I'm sure you could, the background noise from Craig's house. But, like, it was, what, like 5 or 6 p.m.? And there was just, like, loud fiesta music in the background. Ah, very cool. Colorado is... It's like this typical wilderness state. If you enjoy the outdoors, then that's the place for you. It's also the most expensive state in the nation. You were there in winter, but that's okay. You're used to it. What happened in the other room on this one? How did they get to... Oh, North splintered. Right. Whereas here, LeCoyer is not splintering. He's just... Oh, well, let's get rid of this crap. Actually, it's probably better to keep it up, especially with my face here. Now I'm blocking the entire diagram in the bottom right. Is whatever. You enjoy the climate and the outdoors, not a skier. Yeah, my friend took me skiing when I went out there and snowboarding, and it's probably not my sport. I do a lot of rock climbing and stuff, or at least I try to. There's not so much of it here in Florida. I asked my barber, I was just like, hey, do you know of any like beaches or, you know, hills or something where I could get some rock climbing in? And he's like, I don't know, man, you know, Alabama's like only about 500-mile drive away. So my guess is no. I'm not going to be doing all that much climbing here. Okay, this might get them there. Five Spades asking about a heart control. It's a little bit more ambitious than the auction in the other room because now North, I mean, not knowing about the heart control and not knowing that South has slam interest, right? The other table, at least over the 4 club splinter, South queued for hearts rather than just signing off. Fucking Paul Street, man. Just no clue what any bids mean. Right, this is the Brady bot After Dark commentary, which it might be after dark for a lot of the Australians. Just completely clueless, as are all clients, other than maybe Fleischer. 6:30, exactly. It is, you're still up from the night before. Morning. No. Don't be like that. You've been awake all night partying, as all Australasians do. At least that's my picture of what goes on over there. It's just like it's like that scene from the second Matrix in like the human city, where it's just like a constant rave. I'm pretty sure that's what goes on. Well, 11 imps. Beer and pizza for breakfast, then drugs. I believe it. Oh, yeah. Like, winter, especially in the Nordic countries, is insane. There's, like, 2 hours of sunlight. It's a very bleak outlook, BZL, but approved by the National Weather Channel, I'm sure. $15 imps? Can they score 15 imps on this board, or will the Fleischer... How many people bet? Did everyone bet for Fleischer? No, there's some that voted for Street. Okay. Oh. Looks like everyone's overcalling the ace-hand to heart. I guess Thomas is pretty aggressive. Kind of like Versace. Same auction. Diamond heart double, redouble? No. 2 diamonds showing the constructive raise makes more sense to me. Yeah, what does North do? 3 diamonds? That would be a lot. That might fetch 3 now from South. how is 3-0? I saw ATN was asking about 3-0 in chat earlier. This might make... Well, sorry, if South bids 3-0, this might make... I mean, South has to bid 3-0, right? Yeah, transportation's tough, but the 10 of clubs is an entry. King of spades is an entry. Oh, does Declare not have enough tricks? I assume Declare did, just by setting up diamonds. 4 diamonds, 2 clubs, 2 spades, and a heart. That looks pretty natural to me. I think this, well, it should come home. With Street at the helm, anything could happen. We could make 9 tricks, we could make 5 tricks. We'll see. Like, how did 5 clubs doubled go down 3 on board 11? Let's get a play-by-play. Okay. You know what? I am going here. Eight of hearts lead. 8 of hearts lead, and still we went down 3 and 5 clubs doubled? Okay, we pitched a diamond. We led a club to the ace, a club to the 2 and ace. We played the king of clubs. Who doubled this? Wes doubled. Okay, you know what? We should probably cover that back up. I need to put up like a little censored tab in this area so that we can't see plays like this. Yeah, let's actually just move off of that hand so that we don't have to watch it anymore. All right, diamond to the queen. Good try. Now what does East do? Probably switches to spades. What was the auction? Yeah, I mean, probably switches to spades. That would be my guess. Like, he knows a heart switch is hopeless. Declare started with king, queen, 9, 4th, or king, queen, 4th. I guess that's not true. If Declare only has king, queen, 4th, a low heart will actually net an extra trick. But a spade switch feels more natural. Either way, can they lose more than 15 imps on this? No. All right, prediction concluded. Fleischer has taken the first set. Congratulations to Fleischer bettors. Ugh, I'm tired. Man, the players get like breaks. All of them on their 6-handed teams, not having to do every segment. Yet here I am. 4 sets a day. You never bet against Italians, so you had nowhere to place your money in that round. All right, pal, everyone's waiting on you. Actually, I don't know if everyone's waiting on him. Is the other match concluded for the first set? Play back that speed. Do it. It really doesn't matter. Declare is just gonna like take all of the tricks. I mean, it's possible Street will like put in the 9 of hearts or something if he returns a heart. Maybe. I don't know. It might not even be good enough for the defense. They're putting me to sleep. Maybe I need to get one of those specialty Cokes that Al Hollander was having. What else happened in the set? Yeah, board 6 was a little sad for Fleischer. Board 4, I'm not really sure. 3 hearts feels somewhat natural if you give full value to the singleton queen. But if not, it's like a 5-4-3-1 12 count. Queens are pretty bad cards. You don't have spots in either of your 2 long suits. This was where it all turned around. Board 10, game swing, boom, game swing, boom, slam swing. 30 quick imps. Your Karku's Dark Roast Sumatra. I assume that's a coffee thing. I've never drank coffee in my entire life. I do not plan on starting now. This is the slowest trick ever. Any spades. Just any minute now we're gonna get a spade, I'm sure. Okay, but actually, is Craig awake? I haven't heard from him. He's texted me every morning, and I have not. Am I timing this trick? No. I don't think the clock would break, wouldn't it? I don't think clocks count up that high. How many hours has it been? Ooh, good question. When did we start play? Was it like 3 days ago? Probably about 3 days worth of hours. Oh, okay. Craig has just woken up, maybe? That's good. Maybe he can bring me coffee, which I won't drink. We did it! Look at that, we led a spade. This wouldn't have taken so long if I was playing. Alright, spade to the 10, queen, and king. Perfect. Ace of diamonds, diamond. I'm actually not sure that ace of diamonds, diamond was the right play, but... Oh, and we're pitching clubs, not hearts. Cool. Yep. Diamond pitching a heart. Or maybe diamond pitching another club? No, he does pitch a heart. Oh, God. We had another spade. 9. Nine, maybe. 9. 9 of spades. Any 9 of spadesers. Okay, 9 of spades, yep. Unblock the 6. Oh my god, he unblocked the 6. Look at that. What a pro. King of clubs to the ace. Diamond pitching a club. Diamond pitching a club. Or a heart, doesn't matter. Okay, diamond pitching a heart, east pitches a heart. So does west. Spade to the 5, losing the finesse. The defense takes the rest. Nope. Aren't they way behind? Dude, I have no idea. What's going on in the other match? Okay, they're... Oh my god, they're 2 boards in. Al lied to us. So we actually have to join this... Well, I mean, we could do the Zimmerman whatever table. You can pick, Craig. There's Street Fleischer, or there is Goodman Zimmerman. But Goodman Zimmerman has already started. Waiting for Craig. Hello? Did I lose my... Okay, one sec. One sec, he says. Let's do this match. What's this match? Is this match this match? I feel like I have a lot of delay, and I don't know why. Yeah, I also feel like there's a lot of delay. I also don't know why, but just tell me which match. Fleischer. Okay, great. We'll do Fleischer. So we'll wait around until segment 2 starts up. Right here. You want to watch Chip and Marty? Okay, you pick a table. Whatever. Do I need to text you? Let's do flight. Yeah. Yeah, is yours also lagging, Shift? Is everyone's lagging? I don't know how bad it is for most people. Yours is fine? Okay, cool. Has Craig picked a table? Craig has not picked a table. Yours is fine as well? Okay, Craig.
Normal 2-diamond overcall by North, planning to probably double later if he can do it at a convenient level. 3-spade mixed raise by East. So we'll see first whether West chooses to raise. He's got nice shape and minimum values, of course. Hey. So just to catch you up, I was just saying West might raise this mixed raise, minimum values, but very attractive shape in the strong hard holding. And now we'll see if North acts. They can do... I guess they can't really do much of anything here. So if they double this, which I think Marty may well, opposite his partner's overcall, they're going to do very, very well.
Looks like maybe down 1 if North cashes out.
Yeah. I mean, South can rough the 3rd diamond, though, and they can get 500, right? Oh, they can pitch clubs on... Yeah, I think they can pitch 1 club from either hand conveniently, but defense can take 2 spades, a diamond, and 2 clubs, right?
Yeah, I guess if North is conservative, he won't cash the club ace here.
Right. If he cashes the club ace, then that'll be down 1. But if he shifts and hangs out and waits, then eventually South can rough the, either the 4th heart or... Actually, yeah, if he roughs the 4th heart, they get a spade instead of a club. Or the 3rd diamond. And
well, I think he might continue diamonds, and that's going to be down 1. Because now Declare has 2 entries to play diamonds through twice.
So let's see, he plays a diamond and pitches a club, plays another diamond. Fleischer roughs over roughed, plays a heart to the jack, and the 4th diamond. Doesn't Fleischer just rough now? And
yeah, but then Declare plays ace, king, queen of hearts, shutting clubs.
Oh, so he don't even plays hearts. Fleischer's rough is with an honor. Yeah, you're right.
So Martel's going to have to decide if his partner has a singleton diamond or not. Oftentimes, that's what these doubles will represent. When the opponents kind of like freely bid to some contract and your partner's overcalled, you double when you have shortness in their suit.
Yeah, I mean, the Trump void may work against that because it's so likely that Fleischer is also doubling on strong trumps. I think if Martel had as much as a singleton spade, he'd be 100% sure that's the case.
Well, he does continue the diamond, and I suspect we will see this line of play that Craig has kind of highlighted, diamond pitching a club. It's not helpful for Declare to play trumps now. He knows South will get in and shift to clubs, so he may as well continue diamonds. South will rough low, West will over rough, cross to the jack of hearts, and repeat the process. And once we've extracted all of South's small trumps, then we can actually switch our attack to hearts to discard clubs from the east hand.
Yeah, so I think West is 100% sure this diamond is getting roughed, both from the auction and the carding. But of course, yeah, as Rob says, he doesn't really care because he also knows that South has all
Yeah.
the trumps, or certainly at least
Yeah.
the ace king of trumps. So yeah, I think heart to the jack and the fourth diamond coming right up. Yep.
Yeah, and if South ever roughs with a high trump here, then West is going to be able to ditch a club early. So that would not help out the defense either.
Yeah, I mean, what about suppose Fleischer had pitched hearts, and then he wouldn't that
Well,
be
then the
better, right?
diamonds
Because then he can,
cash.
if he pitches hearts all
Then
the
the
diamonds,
diamonds
he can. What's
cash.
that?
So Declare would then just pitch a club.
Right, but then suppose he pitched one heart right now
Like instead of roughing the king of diamonds, then Declare would just pitch
instead of
another
roughing the king of
club.
diamonds. Okay, so then Fleischer wins a spade, plays a heart, wins another spade. Oh, wins another spade and plays a club to partner's ace to get a heart rough.
Uh,
Oh, never mind. He said a
yeah,
double to the heart. That
yeah,
doesn't work. Yeah, you can't promote
yeah,
the seven of spades.
yeah. Good
Yeah,
try
nothing
though.
for it.
It's not always so easy, but this is the best the defense could do after that
Yeah,
start.
yeah. Martel had to maybe just lead a club. Nah, that doesn't even help because
Yeah.
now West can play hearts. Maybe there's never
Oh,
any
there
defense for
was
down
if he
two.
just didn't give that second entry to the East hand. If he had cashed the diamond ace and switched to hearts, then
Oh,
Declare wouldn't have had the entries to do this thing.
right, right. You're right.
But can't really blame Martel for the way he defended, as kind of as mentioned. It's possible partner has a singleton. It picked him up 7 imps for his trouble anyway, where the other room stopped at the 2 level in spades.
Yeah, that's a little surprising to me. That North didn't take a second call after overcalling two diamonds. The hand is kind of minimum, but with the spade void and in four hearts, it looks attractive to take another shot. The three level feels safe with that hand.
Yeah, I think partnership wise, I saw this a little bit in the first segment because Street and Lecoyer were in as well. And Lecoyer has been hyper
Mm-hmm.
conservative with some of his decision making in some of these spots,
I see.
especially when he thinks his partner might end up on the declaring end of some of these contracts. So,
Yeah, that makes some sense.
but either way, 7 imps to Fleischer. Good strong start to this set. They're carrying over the momentum from the last set. They were down about 20 imps early and then picked up 3 double digit swings in a row to close out the session if you had missed it.
I did. I came in on that endless board
Yes.
15.
Um,
Was the huddle? Was the um, deliberate speed in the play justified? Did they do something brilliant after thinking
no,
for so long?
no.
Oh.
but that's a reasonable question.
Yeah, I just saw that they were still playing it well over when the segment was starting, but didn't really take a look at the actual deal. All right, so South has followed through with his initial plan of bidding garbage statement and just passed when he heard partner's hearts. I think vulnerable. I wouldn't be surprised if South had gone for a race to three hearts, but here non-vulnerable. He doesn't really care if he misses a thin game.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And game is going to make on these cards because Declare gets this very favorable Queen Jack Doubleton of Hearts. If not for that, he would have needed a friendly spade break. But additionally, the Ace of Diamonds being onside.
Yeah, yeah. I think obviously not super likely, but a club lead away from the king would have given him extra trick. I think that would be um, a little unusual into the strong no trump, but it's one more
Yeah, now
possibility.
Declare doesn't know
Yeah, I
about the
think eight
friendly
here.
heart split, so going after setting up his side suit just in
Right.
case that Queen of Hearts was a true card and Hearts happened to be 4-1.
Yeah, I think normally you would expect to lose a heart and a club, and therefore 100% need the diamond on side and also need a sprayed break. So
Right.
not a very good game. And four spades, similarly, you still need the heart break
Mm.
because there's nowhere to put them. So
I'm surprised DeClaire hasn't just played a
I guess
third
we'll see
spade
what this.
yet.
I was going to say, yeah, is he contemplating using this entry to play a diamond while he has the chance?
Maybe he's thinking about playing clubs instead, because if he plays a third spade, West gets in, and now if the diamond ace is off, West can play diamonds through. But if, say, West has the jack of clubs and East has the king, we can actually prevent West from ever gaining the lead by going ace of clubs, club to the 10 here to set up a discard.
Yeah, but we can't keep West off lead because we know he has a spade entry, and we can't. Oh, I see. We can pitch a diamond on the queen of clubs
Yeah,
before we play the third spade.
but he does just
Yeah,
exit a spade, which seems reasonable.
yeah, pretty straightforward here. So I think West probably will shift to a diamond. He might shift to a club here.
Yeah, diamond shift kind of looks hopeless from his perspective.
Well, he might think he just needs to cash out two diamonds. Since
Mm,
the player can draw trumps. Right? If North had the king of clubs, a diamond would be necessary here,
yeah,
and he's had the king of diamonds, of course. Yeah, but, yeah. So he gets the discouraging diamond, and now does revert to setting up partner's club trick. I think that ace of diamonds is a nice
yeah,
play.
seems reasonable to me. So now Declare gets the good
He
news.
can see that. Yeah, and he knows from the opening lead that that Declare does have both trump honors and therefore can um, can draw trumps in this unlikely favorable
Right.
position. So I'm not sure why play is still continuing on this hand.
Well, don't Chip and Marty like to play out a lot of the hands?
Yeah, and maybe you just give West one last chance to duck the king of clubs here for
Yeah.
some bizarre reason. I mean, I did have a partner who imposed a rule on me that I was not permitted to claim until I had all the rest of the tricks because I had too often claims saying, I'm going to lose X. And he was like, yeah, but that might,
Mm-hmm.
they might forget to take it. And he's right.
Yeah.
It's a good habit to be in. I think at this level, that's not super likely, but, we've all seen it happen
Sure.
from time to time.
So two boards in, and I should pull up the convention cards. These are two pairs that I have not seen yet this week. We were just watching the Italians earlier.
Yeah, I think they're both more or less standard, but yeah, I also have not seen either of these pairs play in quite some time. Oops. Of course, I went and closed the spreadsheet with all the, here we go, convention card graph. Yeah, fortunately, Chrome saves me for myself with that recently closed option. So we've got Martell and Fleischer. Let's pull this up, and Pachtman and Zatorsky.
Yeah, so a lot of pretty natural bidding for both of the pairs. It looks like there's transfers over their one club opener, which could be a weak no trump.
Yeah, Fleischer and Martell have been doing that. I think the entire length of their partnership. They were, one of the earlier adopting American pairs for that method. So it's very thin, multi-two diamonds. Do they play two ranges of week twos? I just pulled their card up and haven't
Good
looked at it.
question. Um,
No, two of a major is 5-5, so this
yeah.
is just a light week two. Some pairs like to play multi is one range of week two, and opening to hearts and two spades is a different range, one stronger and weaker, so they can play both frivolous and sound week twos. And here's Sikorsky is just
Yeah.
full speed ahead.
Well,
Yeah, so Fleischer knows he has a good hand, but just has no reason to act here. He's pretty happy, just to try to hope his partner can contribute three tricks
Yeah,
to go
and
with his own
Hackman
three.
has quite a good hand over there, the 16 count, but as we've seen a couple of times, these 6-1 spade splits, there's no reason to push for such a thin game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, right, he bid two spades past are correct. I think knowing 90% of the time he was going to play it there, but if his partner could bid three
Right.
hearts, now he can raise. Yeah, so here, I think South is going to win and play a diamond, hoping he can get a rough, but he's going to be disappointed. And this opening lead, I think maybe Marty would duck it. So if he wins, now they don't have to lose a club because it can go away. But if he ducks it, West is in his hand and doesn't have a great
Yeah.
option to play a trick to.
So, 10 of hearts.
And probably West just makes
Yeah,
back
10
to
of hearts, a
spades.
Rusino lead showing the next higher honor, the jack here, or shortness.
Or a doubleton, yeah. But I think Fleischer's got to be pretty short. Actually, I guess he doesn't really know. West would often have four hearts for bidding two spades here. So, two spades says, partner, my hearts are better than my spades. So I think there is a good chance West is a four card spade suit.
Right. And if South does choose to duck, they play upside down. So he's probably going to send an encouraging signal to his partner, the 3 of hearts, because it's not necessarily that he really wants his partner to continue hearts, setting up declares king, queen, third, but he just doesn't want a club switch. He doesn't want a diamond switch.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think we've talked about this many times. My view is that carding is really intended to be informative, not a command. So we play 3 of hearts. It doesn't say, partner, I want you to play hearts. It says, partner, here's some information about my hand. Use it as you see fit. And it's more subtle, and it's, can be a little harder because you have to figure out what's going on, but I think it's just a kind of more healthy, holistic way to play carding. Fletcher is giving this a pretty good look. I think he, can see that he doesn't really want to, he knows that Declare has at least king, queen of hearts for this opening lead almost certainly, and I guess Bartel could have king, jack 10 or king, jack 10 fourth, but most of the time West is king, queen, so I think he doesn't want to, set up a club or diamond pitch and make Declare's life too easy for him.
I will call attention to board 17 in the other room. I'm actually shocked at the way the auction petered out in 3 hearts. South bid Stamen and then invited, and North has this kind of prime 16, 2 aces, 2 kings, and a doubleton, and elected to just go low, which ultimately he ended up taking 9 tricks. I am going to quickly look at the play.
Yeah, and kind of sort of correctly on a single dummy basis, obviously incorrectly as the hands lie, but yeah, I think it indicates a certain lack of partnership trust. I think he was correct that 3 hearts was a very, very light invite, but opposite a sound invite, I think the North hand is a clear game bid. So he does win the ace, which will make Declare's life a little easier. Shifts to a diamond as expected, so we'll see whether West just immediately goes up with the ace to take a pitch or takes the finesse.
Yeah, probably
correctly.
On
so this is going to be effective because now South can no longer get a rough. North has no entry.
And I think probably on the basis of the tempo with which South played that ace of hearts and then switched to diamonds. I mean, for one thing, South could have the diamond king, so Declare might just try the diamond finesse.
100%, yeah. It often shifts away from the king.
But additionally, if South really just had ace of hearts, singleton, diamond, he might have spent a little bit less time thinking, flown ace of hearts, switched to a singleton much faster. So,
yeah, I think that's a good inference. So I think here we'll see Declare play spades before taking his pitch. He can play those king, queen of hearts anytime he wants to.
I think he's going to play hearts pitching a diamond.
Oh, I see. Because if North had one of the spade honors, they would have an entry for a diamond rough. Yeah, you're right. and then he can eventually play diamonds pitching a club.
Yeah.
Although they can, yeah, although they can bollocks him up there, right? Because if he does that, South can win a spade, play a club.
Yeah, he
I
he
guess
would kind of need the okay. He does go after spades immediately. Fleischer does hop up with the king.
yeah, I think if he plays King Queen of Hearts pitching a diamond and then plays a spade and South wins and plays a club, Declare is going to be forced to take a club finesse at that point.
He would have. But I think on this route, he effectively is going to need South to have the ace king of spades.
Right.
But he's hit upon the right plan, so king queen of hearts pitching a club now. He can rough a club to get over there and continue pulling trumps.
Yeah, so as the cards lie, this is going to be a successful plan here. So 110 feels like a nice result for East
Looks
West.
like 140.
Yeah, 140. Oh, so even if he had lost that diamond rough, he was still going plus, which I think explained this line of play. Kind of lost track of how many tricks. Kind of lost track of how many tricks he was taking.
Yeah, he was always going to be safe.
Yeah, so 140. Yeah, so 140 is a very good result here. Given that they have a lot of high cards, but no great fit. I mean, diamonds is their best fit, but that's very difficult to find.
3 no trump
on any auction.
I mean, 3 no trump is probably playable on the East West cards. They have. It's probably going to be a little bit tough to make it, but in theory, it's possible. You could set up the spades. The Queen Jack of Diamonds are 2 entries to the spade suit.
Yeah, but that's just not enough tricks, right? Because you can never take the diamond finesse, and the defense can play hearts and always take 2 hearts and 2 spades and a diamond, if that's your plan. If hearts are 4-4, they can just play hearts at every opportunity.
Yeah, but we've seen worse contracts make, so we'll have to see where they get in the other room, but that has the potential to be a little bit of a swing. Anyway, South opens a spade.
Yeah, I think if I'm West there, I'm pretty happy about going plus 140.
So a spade by South, 3 no trump, some sort of splinter, undisclosed.
Yeah, I think any mini splinter is my guess. So South probably will not ask. He'll just bid 4 spades with this featherlight minimum. Here, as it turns out, despite really having, bare minimum high cards 21 highs, the spades are 2-2. All you need to make a slam is to guess the club.
To make a slam, you have a diamond loser.
Oh, sorry. You'd be down to make 5. I'm sorry, I forgot. They had a diamond loser.
Yeah. So.
And I guess if they duck the club, you can pitch it on a heart and now make a slam, but that's unlikely. That might happen in 4. It wouldn't happen in 6.
Right, and we've seen this 9-card fit restricted choice come up several times at this point. So Declare will cash the ace of spades, note the fall of the queen, and then the percentage play to pick up the spade suit from there is to cross and finesse the.
Yeah, but I'm going to. Now it doesn't. So now he can do it, but I was going to go against you and say to the West let a heart. He wouldn't be able to do that because he has no entry to the north hand.
That's true. But I think West kind of reasonably trying to set up some tricks in the side suits, especially given that West has length in hearts. It's probably more likely that North has shortness in hearts than anywhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that was going through his mind when he chose that lead. Yes, this will be fairly quick 420, I believe.
You think Declare is going to misguess the clubs?
East is going to shift to a heart. Well, I think East is going to shift to a heart here, and then... Oh, I see, yeah, but now he can rough a diamond and take that spade finesse. Right, so, yeah, probably... Yeah, well, he doesn't even need to guess the club, right? Because he can pitch one on the 4th diamond. But they'd have to rough both of his diamonds to do that.
Yeah, I guess you're right. If we do get the Jack of Hearts switch, I think you're correct that Declare will end up misguessing the spades.
Well, he'll know the heart's a singleton, which makes three spades and he's more likely. But he just doesn't really have a super convenient way to do everything that he wants to. If he won't eat, so I guess he can play heart, ruff a diamond, ace of spades, ruff a diamond, spade to the 9, ruff a diamond. But then he won't have. Yeah, and then he's still got a trump and dummy to draw the last trump.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. Dummy will be out of trumps at that point.
Well,
he can't get back to his hand.
He can definitely do it. Hold on. Are you? You're now making me question it.
I don't think he can
win the
do
king,
it.
diamond ruff, spade to the ace, diamond ruff, take a spade. He can definitely do it, and I think that would be the border match line of play next weekend.
Oh, right. If he cashes a spade before roughing a diamond, he can't do it. But if he crosses back with a high spade,
but I think
can.
the more important point here is actually West is the danger hand. If we ever take a spade finesse into West and it loses, West can put a low club on the table, and we're at risk of going down. So instead of this, we could win the Jack of Hearts, return with the king. Now that we know East is short in hearts, West is not going to be roughing in on like the third round of hearts before we can pitch a club on the long heart. So we can just go king of hearts, diamond ruff, spade to the ace, diamond ruff, spade to the king, and now run all of our hearts. And East is, even if East roughs in, East is...
Well, no, because East can rough the third heart and tap us with a diamond, and now we have to take a club guess for ourselves.
Okay, hold on. It's a little less clear, so maybe Declare will pick up the spades.
Yeah, as always, like, one of the things that's kind of nice about these deliberate players is, that we get a chance to see all these possibilities that at first glance, aren't there.
Well, East hasn't even switched to hearts yet, so we might not even have any of these considerations, because if Declare doesn't know...
Yeah, the heart plays a little dangerous because the Jack of Hearts would often be a trick when partner has the king, right? It would be natural for Declare to play a finesse to the 10. So if we play the Jack here and partner does have the king, Declare might lose 0 heart tricks where he otherwise would have lost 1 on his own. Like, imagine if South had 9/3 of hearts.
Yeah, so East might switch to trumps for that reason.
Yeah, I think the one thing we won't see him do is play a club, because he can see, Declare either has a guess, or if Declare has the ace, that the queen of clubs is a potential trick. But I think any of the 3 suits would make some sense here. A diamond doesn't really accomplish anything directly, but it's 100% safe.
Yeah, even if Declare has the diamond queen, then a pitch doesn't help.
Right.
I was just thinking a heart kind of makes sense, because if partner has a spade entry, like the spade king, for example, singleton, or spade ace, then we can get 3 tricks that way, and now maybe we sit back and wait for Declare to misguess the clubs.
Right, so on that layout, Declare probably does have the ace of clubs, because as it is, his opening is super light. So how many tricks are that? It would be a diamond, partner spade, our ruff, and our hypothetical club tricks. That would be 4 tricks. That would be 1 route to a plus score.
I mean, obviously Zatorsky is thinking through, like, how can I get to 4 tricks, right? He's not sitting here being like, how can I get to 3 tricks and hold them to 420 on the board?
Right. Right, as we can see here, the defense never has a lock way to go plus, but Declare is going to have to do a lot of guessing to make his contract. He has to guess at least one of the black suits, otherwise he's in danger of losing a spade and 2 clubs. And so meanwhile, despite the great length being taken here, we still don't have a result on board 18. Curious what the contract is there. Brother Rob, you had said yesterday that there was a bit of an echo
Yeah,
hearing
it's
me. Is that
completely
gone
gone for
today?
now. So good
Excellent.
work.
Yeah, I've changed nothing, but I'm glad to hear it. And so Al Holland is saying that there had been some ViewGraph glitches. I guess it's possible that this isn't a pause by Zatorsky, that we did just lose our
Oh
feed.
no. Yep, we lost the feed. Okay.
All right, let me get back here
Yeah.
when they reopen. All right, well, thank you, Kibitzers, for joining us. We hope to see you back when we reopen the table
Yeah.
in just a minute
Sounds
here.
good. See you then. Ah, he's gone. All right, everyone talk about him behind his back. Um, I will stick around, but I don't think we're going to get any more card plays. I will be here until the table closes, but we will jump back in to Fleischer Martel up against Pachman Zatorsky once ViewGraph has reopened. Shouldn't be too much of downtime. All right, we're out. Well, this is exciting. You would think that with their 40-year-old software, they wouldn't have these issues by now. Do we get to talk about the cockroaches in New York? Good question. I think you are entitled to talk about the New York cockroaches whenever you want. Is this one of those like online quiz questions? Apapas is my cat. What farm animals are we? I think I'm a dog. Yeah, I'm like a sheepdog. I try and herd all of the bridge viewers down the road, down these dark, winding roads where we never get to the right answer, and you're never going to see sunlight ever again. That's kind of my job. Oh man, I'm hungry. I don't think it's time for me to order food, but I'm hungry. I must not have gotten a good enough breakfast. I've had the same breakfast all 3 days. PJF, Father of the Year, is unfamiliar with the dad jokes. Rob, that's pretty good. What is going on with BBO? Dan, come on. You're a software engineer. You know that sometimes there are glitches in functionality. You can't just expect a product that has been out for 30 years to have no problems, even though it's never been updated. I actually saw Pacell fixing boards once. It was one of like the weirdest confrontations I've ever had with a player. Because I saw him like I feel like this might be a longer story than I have time to tell. I don't know when ViewGraph is coming back up, but I guess I'll get into it now that I've mentioned it. It was at a national, and it was like the National Swiss, I think, and the boards were just lying on a table. I had come back from lunch early, or dinner early, I forget. I was just like in the tournament room looking at the score sheet or something, or I don't know. And Pacell was just over there, and there are these boards which I couldn't tell if they were like actual tournament hands or something, but he was like carefully pulling out hands and then swapping cards around between them. And I just went over to him and I was like, dude, what are you doing? Like, you're not a tournament director. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. It was just like, there was this board that I played and I just wanted to see what the hands were or something. And I'm just like, then why are you moving cards around? And I think this was like right before he got caught for whatever it was that he did. I think it was something similar. It was like fixing boards. Anyway, that was the story. It wasn't that interesting. It was, but just because we had mentioned Pacell now. Again, the Brady Bot After Dark. Where is the VU graph? Hello? I guess I can come back. Here, I'm back. We can switch matches if this isn't coming back. We could. Do you want to do that, Craig? Craig plus 1 minute. I suppose I can reply in my Twitch chat. There, look at this. I'm racking up the Twitch points. Now I have so many more chat comments. Craig is gone. He's just, I broke him with this question. He's trying to decide if it's okay to switch matches or not. Okay. You had no idea about the shenanigans? Craig can hear me in real time, but the chat responses are delayed. What? How does that make any sense? Yeah, I see you talking at me in BBO. This is, I am not going to have conversations in 3 different places. I think we figured it out. We'll head over. We'll watch Kalita Klukowski, maybe. Yeah, I don't know the deal. I'm not sure if it's on my end or your end in terms of like a hardware thing. Because I'm certain it's hardware. That if you have a really strong computer, then the latency is a lot lower for these streams, but you have a pretty weak computer. All right, Goodman Zimmerman, Kalita Klukowski. All right, goodbye Twitch chat. This has been fun. I will see you after the set. Yes,
Morning.
good afternoon.
Yeah, it's a little strange. So when you say something in Twitch, if I type immediately, you won't see it for like 2 minutes.
Don't know what's going on, but we can troubleshoot that later.
Yeah, there's just some lag in Twitch text chat hitting
No,
your
no
screen.
worries. But we're here now. So this looks like a super exciting
Yeah.
hand that we unfortunately have missed. I'm trying to get caught up in the auction. Uh, but apologies to all the people who've come in here and were not expecting us to be around. We were originally in the other match, but the VuGraph has crashed over there. So I don't know
Yeah,
if
unfortunately.
that table will reopen.
Yeah, the Fleischer mat, they got through about 4 boards and then had a view graph operator error and have not come back. So six spades doubled by South, and Declare is already down and has the ace of trumps to lose, which looks like it was a save, although a phantom, right? Because East-West, we can see we're off at least 2 diamond tricks because we're looking at the North-South
Yeah,
ace
so
king.
South was 6-5 in the black suits. East was 8-4 or 8-5.
Oh my.
Um,
Well, how can you see that? I can't see the initial
oh,
initial
well,
layout.
I mean, I can't, but just the first two tricks were both hearts.
Oh, I see.
I mean, East had a pretty good hand. Like, in theory, East was making 5 hearts if they rabbied the Singleton King. And I guess they had to because there's actually no entry to the West hand to be able to take a heart finesse. So he,
Oh, I didn't realize you could I didn't realize you could replay the play all the way back to trick one by clicking on the
yeah.
cards. It's a nice feature. All right, well, let's.
Well, this will be down 500.
Looks
Other
like.
table got to 6
Yeah.
diamonds, doubled down 1, East-West.
So that'll be quite a nice pickup for the Zimmerman team.
Yeah, 12 imps
imps, I
going the way
believe.
of Zimmerman.
So retaking
Yeah,
the lead
biggest
over
result
Goodman
of the
here.
set. We came into originally a pretty boring set. Maybe. I don't know. Some of these pushes could have been interesting, but
A flat set,
yes,
not
flat
necessarily
set.
boring.
That hand looks pretty exciting. Disappointed that we weren't here for the auction. But we're here now. Looks like the other room's a little bit ahead of us. They already have a compare on this board. 3 no trump in the South making 10 tricks.
Yeah, kind of funny on the previous hand because North-South are a strong club pair. The opening good was a diamond in front of me, sitting there with 8 hearts and 5 diamonds. And buying a 10-card diamond
that's pretty
fit.
good.
So I do not think that is how it's gone.
No.
It's possible. I don't think he psyched one club in first seed. I think he went
Yeah,
past a
Mueller
strong
and
club.
DeWeese are playing their famous Tarzan club. So a variant of precision. 1 heart show is positive with 4 or more spades.
So South will probably just bid a no trump, showing a strong balanced hand, and let partner, or spade showing.
I think this
What?
is some sort of relay. I'm going to pull up their card. I remember they had a very similar auction
Yeah,
yesterday.
I'm not sure how elaborate their card gets about the sequences. Of course, I have the wrong matchup because we were kibitzing a different couple of pairs. Unfortunately, I'm on the so Deweese Mueller World Bridge card and Kalita Klukowski we've seen, and they're playing fairly traditional Polish club method that I think Rob and I are not super familiar with, but we see often enough to have a bit of a handle on what they're doing.
Yeah.
So 2 clubs looks natural, but I'm guessing probably wasn't. 2 diamonds also looks natural and probably
one
wasn't.
spade is just some sort of like thing that starts a relay. Since North is game forced, 1 spade, I believe, denies a spade fit.
That seems likely. Yeah, so I think this is a kind of hand where usually you want the strong balanced hand to be asking questions because it's going to be easier for him to make a partnership
Yep.
decision.
And Al's kind of confirming that that's what our guess is. South is just asking questions, and North is responding. Two clubs apparently is natural.
Yeah, relay methods have kind of fallen. I don't want to say fallen out of favor because they were never that popular. There's obviously a ton of memory work, but I think one of their strengths is they're very good for strong balanced hand opposite weak unbalanced hand, because strong balanced hand gets to learn everything he needs to know, but I think they're less effective when you need cooperative decision making. So I think one reason that they're never really caught on is they're not great for that, and those hands are obviously much more common. But here they've just gotten to the normal 3-no trump after a much longer auction than probably at some other tables.
Al's pointed out that North has showed their exact shape. So South, obviously opposite a singleton diamond, is not feeling too excited about trying a different strain and just jams 3-no trump.
I see. So 2 clubs was actually natural, and 2 hearts then showed 5-4, or 4-5 at least. Interesting. Yeah, so useful information for South, knowing knowing that the hand is a misfit, but they have 3-no trump.
I guess
cards.
as West, we probably lead a heart here, knowing that North is 4-3-1-5 in shape. We're not leading clubs, and
I think a diamond is somewhat attractive too, right? We don't know South has 5 diamonds. We just know North has 1.
Yeah, but ace third, is that really the holding we want to be leading away from?
I mean, with a side ace, I think the hope is that partner has king 5th, and you just, I guess then Declare might have 2 stoppers with 4 of them. I think if he says 6 diamonds, then you can get him with the ace of clubs, and king 6 diamonds, get him with ace of clubs, play another diamond, and
so you're advocating for leading ace and
maybe
diamond,
that's
then.
Well, low diamond is okay too, right? Partner.
Yeah, I don't think partner ducks.
And maybe that's a little too. Maybe that's too much chasing a miracle. It does feel like East length is probably diamond, which it is here. It just happens to be very weak length. And a spade through dummy is possible too, right? If South, has shown a spade misfit and North only has 4, that's probably 4-2, but it could even be 4-1.
It could be. I think for me, the majors look like the most attractive attempt, so he does go with the spade. But this is not going to cause Declare any problems. He just has 4 clubs, 4 hearts, and 2 spades for 10 tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if Kalita had even dummy 7 of spades, a spade lead would have been pretty effective. Well, I guess not to beat the contract, but it would have, set up some tricks without blowing anything.
Yeah.
And so, as you say, he'll probably just play a 3rd club here, since he has the ability to withstand a 4-2 break, and West really just can't do anything.
Yep.
So 10 tricks looks like, or possibly even 11 if, no, I guess there's no way to take 11. I was going to say you could guess a diamond, but they have a spade to cash.
Yeah, there's just really only ever going to be 10 here.
Yep.
So another flat board. And an unexciting one at that. Although, systemically, I mean, maybe if you're interested in relay structures, you could look at the auction and...
Yeah, it's nice to get a look at the north-south methods for a hand like this, even though the result turned out to be totally flat. And so I think we'll probably just see a claim here, but even, yeah, there's really no reason to play that one out. Defense couldn't possibly screw it up.
About halfway through the set now. So 5 flat boards and 2 swings.
Yeah, so I think we're going to get a second chance to see these methods in action, although this one will just start a club of diamond, and then we'll see how they handle a balanced 23 count.
Are Yeah, let me just look at some no trump ranges for a second to get some context. Oh, 2-no is 5-5 in the minors. So they don't have that range covered. Looks like basically all of their no strong hands balanced go through a club.
Yeah, I would guess a club and then two no trump is one thing, and then Kokish, one heart covers all their other sequences. So I think South is here just planning his auction a little bit before he opens the obvious strong club. So East is probably going to stick in two hearts here. I think it's pretty automatic with that. Is that hand even vulnerable?
Yeah, it's I know people will often say that defending against these strong club hands, you often.
Oh no!
No, this table is also having problems. So we.
All right. Well, let's see if we get to see Kalita justify my prediction before we move on. I mean, he's going for 800 if he does, but I think.
Well, I was gonna talk. I guess I'm gonna save my commentary on the defense against strong club hands for another day.
I look forward to hearing it, but if he does go for 800, it's only a handful of imps because North South can make at least 4 no trump, 4 clubs, 4 diamonds, a spade, and a heart.
But. We will never know. So apologies to the spectators who came here to watch bridge rather than watching the slideshow of Vugraph tables open and close.
All right, you want
to... Okay, what is this? Oh, we're back, kind of. I think we're back.
I think we are too. So Kalita did bid 2 hearts as predicted. South did double, which briefly gave him a chance to go over 800, but North, of course, could not sit for it. South's double just showed a big balanced hand, and they got to the obvious 3 no trump via that route.
Yeah, and after the 2 heart overcall, I mean, Declare is probably pretty confident hearts are 6-2, but he might end up ducking 2 rounds anyway, just so that he can safely take the club finesse into West.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think given that he doesn't have, I mean, of course, this isn't board a match, so the marginal over tricks are totally meaningless, and there wasn't really a possibility for more than 10 tricks, even on a perfect layout, so might as well lose 2 of them by the heart duck.
Yeah, and it won't end up costing any tricks, I don't believe. I mean,
right.
Yeah, like exactly at match points, you could take 11. You duck 1 heart to cut communications. The clubs and diamonds come home, and the king of spades is with West. But that would be very scary to attempt that at imps when East could have the spade king and just run the heart suit.
Right. I think at board a match you would play that way and just figure that your East opponent here, no matter how aggressive, would not do this on King Queen Jack 10 5th.
Yeah,
he would just bid 1 heart.
Absolutely. But we'll see what Mueller elects to do. There's still some interesting points in the play, like how do you approach the club suit? Because after Declare runs the diamonds, a low club to the jack will pick up Queen Doubleton on side, whereas if you lead the 10 on the first round, it will not.
Yeah, I think missing the 9 and 8, and also with East known to have long hearts and therefore probably not great length in clubs, leading low seems like the way to go. Yeah, so he does opt for the aggressive route.
Kind of understandable. West led high-low in hearts. Which, hold on, is that... Don't they lead low from Doubletons? Oh, in partner suit, they play standard. Right. So West's high-low in the heart suit does kind of indicate that hearts are 6-2.
Yeah. And certainly a position where no player in the world would false card with West cards. So yeah, so I think he's 100% sure of the heartbreak from both the carding and the auction. So he's going to be very pleased to see the diamonds splitting here.
Yeah, that makes that makes him completely cold for his contract, even if the club queen is off.
Right. Yeah, I'll take a finesse to the club and know that West is out of red cards.
Yeah, so he has a guess for the king of spades for 11 tricks here, because you'll note he pitched a spade, not his losing heart. He could, if
right.
If he decides to, play east for the spade king and try and throw him in later by cashing all of his clubs and then exiting a heart to end play east into leading away from the king. But
yeah, of course, here when he sees the clubs are splitting 3-3, he'll know east only has a singleton spade, so he'll just cash the ace and play another, either catching the king or catching West.
Yeah, and so now he will score 11 tricks. Nice line of play by Declare.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, so he'll win 1 imp for his careful play here. So the other table. Yeah, so at the other table, Zimmerman playing south did choose to duck 2 hearts. On a slightly different auction, he'd opened 2 clubs and went past 2 diamonds, 2 hearts. So on that auction, a 5-card heart suit was possible. I think unlikely, but much more possible than here.
They said it was a push board. I think that'll be adjusted because Declare was scoring that queen of spades and dummy at trick 13.
Yeah, I didn't see the end of the play, but it's hard to imagine at that point that he was only taking 10. Yeah, in fact, we have a commentator in the chat saying it should have been 11. I think the VGraph operator just miskeyed. Possibly that's why the board is still up, so they can make the adjustment immediately.
Oh, we have another balanced 23 count. It's
also
wait. This is the same board. Never mind.
The players may be taking a break because the VGraph operator wouldn't queue up the next hand.
No, I'm a prophet. East has the balanced 23 count. I mean, some players might consider that unbalanced.
So we have a Polish club, usually a weak balanced hand, but here it's going to eventually reveal that East has a strong 2-club opening. So Mueller sticking in light, but again, pretty automatic 2-heart preempt here. So West passes, probably just denying some number of points. So obviously top of his range for this action. So now if you're North, do you raise this suspecting the opponents have a strong 2-bid, or do you look at your flat 5 count and let it go?
Yeah,
he does raise it.
I suspect pass might show... I don't know. This is a little bit of a weird scenario, right? Because West knows his partner has a strong hand.
Yeah, I would just think that probably pass just shows pass because... at least at this point in the auction, you still sort of have to play East to have his balance minimum. North could be the one with the strong hand. Well, I guess North can't have the strong hand because he's a passed hand. Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe after pass 1 club preempt, it is right to play East for having a strong club rather than a balance minimum.
A little bit exploitable, I guess South could have a big hand for the 2-heart bid, but yes.
Right.
Anyway, so East has now revealed that he has the big hand. Doubles, hoping to find a spade fit, and he will catch it.
Yeah, I think there's also there's an argument for East just bidding 3 no trump here with it more or less made in his own hand. I think it's dangerous because you don't have a 9th trick and you don't have a great chance to take one if partner can't provide it immediately. Like your partner has an ace and it's not good enough, you still need the spade finesse.
Yeah, and entries are a little bit awkward.
Right, the only way to make 3 no trump is to overtake the diamond and take the spade finesse.
Now, the other table made 12 tricks, so that feels like an awful lot in 3 no trump.
Um, yeah,
I
so
almost don't want to look at the
is it
play in the other
possible?
room, but I will. I'm going to do my job. We got the King of Hearts lead.
They might have just put a spade. Like I was going to say, on a spade lead is pretty easy. Yeah, so East now likes sand quite a bit after West Cubid showing extras. So I think, that four heart bid, I think, justifies my guess earlier that the West had a maximum pass because it doesn't make a ton of sense otherwise.
So 4 hearts, 4 no. Looks like maybe a tell me more bid. I mean, do we think that spades is confirmed as trumps and 4 no is key card?
Um,
Like,
yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, five diamonds could be key card or could just be a natural response to, a pick a suit for no trump.
I don't think it's key card
Yeah,
because
so
they play 1430.
yeah, I don't think it is either because that would be kind of a weird way to handle this. Maybe not because if he's wanted to agree spades and a big key card, he doesn't have the room
I
to.
think I think they have bid key card somewhere. This is probably going to make.
I mean, is it possible that 4-0 is just like a general slam try in spades and five diamonds is a
Well, I
cubit?
think the big question is you said 4 hearts might just be generic. I have a maximum. I think 4 hearts might have confirmed 4 spades.
Yeah, it looks that way. I mean, it must have if he's bid six spades and
Yeah.
not six clubs.
Yeah, no, this is a very precarious
Yeah, maybe.
contract, but
Yeah, four hearts might have shown like a good four
yeah.
spade bid or something, which is what West has. I think this, yeah, and it's precarious, but I think it'll ultimately make. They'll get the King of Hearts lead, unblock the King of Diamonds, play 3 rounds of clubs
I
probably. So that's going to rough over rough. Now pure and dummy to play the Ace of
I
Diamonds.
I think
Yes.
declare. So I don't know. One line of play that I see is on the King of Hearts lead. We win. We play the King of Diamonds to the Ace. We play a spade to the Queen. Play the Ace of Spades, and now we run 3 clubs, pitching a heart.
Oh, and now play 3 rounds of clubs. Yeah, that seems
And
pretty
so this
straightforward.
is going to work whenever spades are 3-2 with the King on side. Now maybe there's better, but
Yeah,
that feels like a
I think that's better. I think that's better than my plan of playing Ace of Hearts, King of Diamonds, 3 rounds of
it.
clubs.
That would be my guess as well. But your line also works on this layout. South is the one who's short in clubs and can't efficiently overruff.
Right.
So
Yeah, and South rates to be shorter in clubs, and when he's shorter in clubs and at the King of Spades, that works too because he can rough King, but you just
yeah,
pitch your heart as he does so. Yeah, so that would work against the King offside because of your plan. You would lose that finesse and they would just cash it. I still think yours is better, but they win against different, somewhat likely
yeah.
possibilities.
But this is a nice result for Zimmerman, who's already up 18 thanks to the big swing they picked up on board 21 of this set, and this will extend their lead.
Yeah. Yeah. So did we see how the play went to get 690 in the other room? That really does seem.
I did. It's probably not worth mentioning. Deweese ended up.
All right, I'll take a look, but I'll let the players. All the players retain their,
It
their discretion.
it was fine. I mean, North, I guess, trying to beat the contract, abandoned spades, but
Oh, I see. All right, so we do have the automatic King of Hearts lead. I think he's going to be a little surprised he actually does have a possible catching heart winner. This is probably most like a little bit being led to set up a trick, but mostly being led because it's safe.
Yeah, probably a lot of the delay on opening lead was South just asking questions about East West auction. He wanted to find out what was shown.
Yeah, I think that's quite likely. Yeah, because certainly I think he had selected that lead long before the end of the auction. So Khalid obviously is very strong declarer here. So I think whatever plan he comes up with is probably going to be going to be the at least abstract correct one.
And we've hit upon a couple of pretty good lines of play, both of which work on this layout of the cards. Kalita probably choosing between one of those two right now.
Yeah, I think the overtake line is a little more straightforward. It also picks up King Third in North, or King Doubleton in North, rather.
Yeah, I mean, then you'll take 13 tricks, which is not necessary, but...
Right. You might try leading the Jack of Spades also, which will pick up 10 Doubleton in South when the King Third is on side.
Yeah.
And also pick up King 10 Fourth in North when the third round of clubs survives. Well, I guess at that point you would need... Yeah, I think it might pick up King 10 Fourth on some lines. Kalita playing fairly quickly to trick one. We'll see whether he's already decided fairly quickly to adopt your line.
Yeah, I think at first glance this is what I would probably do at the table, which... Well, no, he still hasn't decided.
I guess that's right. He hasn't overtaken yet. Yeah, so he is... so he is going with the line I suggested. I think maybe I do like this because, as I said, it does pick up King Doubleton of Spades in South.
Well, you'll have to guess it, right? Maybe that's not true. It picks up like any King of Spades in South, right? Because South could rough in low, but you overrode pitch a heart.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I meant. So, wonder if South is thinking about not roughing this to, just try to make it a little harder to read the position. Figuring that roughing isn't really going to be profitable because he knows that unblocking the King of Diamonds had to be stiff king, and that declarer can just take his heart pitch. So, this way maybe there's some possibility that you want to leave declarer, in the dark.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that Kalita chooses the Jack of Clubs. Oftentimes you'll lead a high card if you want the opponents to rough or cover in general, and you'll lead a lower one if you don't want them to. So Kalita clearly didn't want South to rough, but now that he has, it feels a little bit easier to me, because now that one trump is gone, we don't have to worry about a bunch of like 4-1 splits.
Right. Yeah, now he can just cash Ace of Diamonds and lead the Jack of Spades.
I think.
I think Spades could still be 4-1, right? Couldn't South be... South could be 1-6-4-2, I think.
Yes. I mean, they could be, but it's a little bit less likely now that South is roughed, and especially now that South is roughed after thinking for a long time. But...
Well, he may have been wondering if the Jack of Clubs was a true card. Just, probably it isn't, but he might have just wanted to take stock for a moment. So West North probably correctly ducking this because his only chance to beat it as a partner has the Queen of Spades, but here it'll cost him the 13th trick.
Because if they held it to 980, it would have only been 10. All right, well, that is going to be 11 nice imps going the way of Zimmerman. And we got 6 boards to play in the set.
Yeah, so
Hopefully we don't have any more interruptions in the broadcast. I think those have passed us by, but then everyone will have a bit of a break for lunch. We'll be resuming play at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, so about 2 hours from now.
yeah, Al speculated that reopening the crash table in the other match may have been
It's
what crashed this
possible.
one.
Yes.
I think BBO may need to just replace its hamsters at some point. So, is North in range for one no trump? I'm not sure what their opening no trump range is here, whether it's 10 to 12 or 13, 15 or something
Looks
else.
like it is 13 to... No, it looks like it's 9 to 12.
9 to 12, yeah. So 9 to 14 in third seed and 15 to 17 vulnerable. Oh, sorry, 15 to 17 equal or vulnerable. So it's only white against red that they play 9 to 12.
Yeah, and we see a little bit of another kind of interesting thing happening. South bidding a no trump here, which I think is just in some sort of like artificial game forcing hand.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it with North making this artificial 3 diamond bid. I would guess showing probably just 5-3-3-2. I doubt he's showing his exact shape, but who knows? Yeah, so South is obviously going to steer the contract into 4 spades one way or another. We'll see how long that takes. I mean more in auction steps, not in minutes.
That is a good point. With some of these relay systems, sometimes the players can go through like 4 or 5 rounds of biddings before getting to a contract that most of the, I don't know, more natural 2/1 pairs would reach in about 2 rounds.
Yeah, here I think a standard pair would probably bid a spade, 2 diamonds, game forcing, which for a lot of pairs would guarantee 5 diamonds, which helps everyone evaluate. 2 no trump by North, of course, with the balance minimum, stoppers outside, 3 spades by South. North would probably just give up either by a 3 no trump, second choice of games, or just raising, and South would know he had a good hand, but have nowhere to advance safely.
Yeah, and Declare is kind of at risk of losing a trick in every suit. If he had to play on every suit on his own, he could lose a diamond, a club, a heart, and a spade if the king of spades was off. But here, he'll be able to set up a diamond discard for the 3rd heart in his hand. So even if everything else goes poorly, he should be able to come to 10 tricks at the very least.
Yeah, if diamonds were 4-1, he could set up a diamond, but he possibly on some layouts would be at danger of losing a diamond rough. Here obviously the spade break is not great for him, but there's really just no danger on his hand. He has everything else so well locked up.
Right.
Yeah, so in one no trump game forcing relay, Al is saying that 3 diamonds is the exact shape and a maximum. Wow, so a very nice method to get this hand exactly on the table. And as always, very wholehearted thank you to Al Hollander for knowing these systems so well, because we do not.
Yes, Al has been my guardian angel for a lot of the system discussion.
Yeah, really, really amazing how well he has both learned these systems and learned exactly where to go to find all these methods, because I imagine some of these are buried fairly deep in the system notes.
Yeah, now it's possible. Okay, so hold on a second. Put the king of clubs in spades and the queen of clubs in diamonds, and Declare just has a claim for 6 spades. King of clubs is the king of spades. Queen of clubs is the queen of diamonds. We just have 12 cashers.
Oh, I see. If North had no wastage in clubs and they were useful values elsewhere.
South is definitely going to think about making a try.
Yeah, I think this would be a good spot to bid like a non-serious 3 no trump and hope partner could Q bid. And then if partner Q bids, bypassing clubs, you'll know what's
Yes.
going on. Of course, with both red suit aces, he doesn't have a convenient Q bid, but maybe he would know to pull to, four hearts if he had something like, ace, king, jack, 10 fifth, king, queen, third, kind of a promising filler hand. Kind of a little tough though, because South knows that North is going to be looking at some small diamonds, and that's going to look like a really weak spot.
Yeah. So
I mean, maybe just bid, maybe just confirm the spade fit here and like let North decide what to do, and kind of wing it from there.
yeah, that's possible.
Yeah, so this is, we were talking earlier about the relay. Like, this is a bit of, one of the liabilities of a relay method, where it's kind of a standard auction where South can throw long diamonds and North can know that three small is a bad holding is more effective on a hand like this kind of cooperative decision making.
For sure. There are ups and downs to any sort of system that you design.
Yeah. Yeah, particularly here where like North is showing his exact shape, and it doesn't help South that much because he needs to tell partner about the diamonds and not just know that there's three of them, which could be anything from queen jack 10 third to 4-3 deuce third.
Okay, so it looks like three spades is breaking the relay, and maybe this will allow them to get back into more familiar ground to at least us. That
So 3-no trump. Not clear whether this is a choice of games. Oh, okay. So now he's confirming the exact shape. So presumably three diamonds showed any 4-3-3-2.
Well, Al seemed to think that three diamonds was exactly 5-3-3-2.
He did, but I thought he just said that. Oh, sorry. 3-no trump was alerted as showing the exact shape by the view graph operator.
Three diamonds was.
Oh, I'm sorry. It popped up the same time as 3-no trump, and I thought it was an alert of 3-no trump. Now I got it. I see. So the operator was confirming that Al was spot on with his decision, with his note knowledge. All right. So anyway, they got to the normal four spades.
Yeah, and it looks like after this hard opening lead, which Declarer might suspect is a singleton. We'll see. I could imagine taking only 10 tricks here. If Declarer gets worried, so let's say they duck this round to the king in hand, and they play a diamond to get to dummy. If they're worried that diamonds could be 4-1 and hearts could be 5-1, it's very tempting to now just lead the queen of spades, which is actually going to set up a spade trick for East.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is there any argument for just playing the ace of spades immediately if you're worried about heart roughs? Because hypothetically, you could be off two roughs, right? Well, I guess then West would need to be the one with a singleton heart, but East wins a king of spades, gives a rough, gets in with the ace of clubs, gives a second rough. Ace and another trump guarantees that can never happen.
Yeah, I don't think that's the layout. I would be most concerned, okay, well, he does just bang down the spade ace. This is going to drop a pleasant singleton king, and now we're going to have no issues with the diamonds breaking.
Yeah, I think he made that play pretty quickly. Felt like there was a lot to contemplate on that hand, but maybe he just went through and worked out the calculations faster than we could.
Yeah, it's probably pretty safe. I mean, obviously, if the king of spades is offside, onside, you feel a little bit bad about this plan, because you've now if diamonds are 4-1, you have a lot of communication problems between the hands. But Declarer going to be pretty happy with the way things have played out.
Yeah.
And then, of course, after the king of spades fell, he took more time on trick 3 than he did on trick 2 to make a plan.
I think he was probably asking the opponent to show him the cards again to make sure. What did you play?
Alright, continues pulling trumps, plays another trump, probably pitches a club. Really?
Yeah, because now he's just going to run the 10 of hearts to pitch his long diamond.
Okay. That's makes total sense. I was thinking we could set up diamonds to pitch our heart, but it's effectively the same thing.
Yeah, but of course, then if diamonds were 4-1, he would look much worse. Here now he just takes his 11 tricks.
Obviously. 450, push board. Did they drop the Singleton King in the other room as well?
Yeah, I did look at the play record.
It was the exact same opening lead, exact same line of play. Well, I assume exact same line of play.
It was the exact same line of play, so I'm guessing if 2 world-class declarers did it, then it's just correct. Yeah, I think, as you know, I take the dumb guy view of a lot of this stuff. Like, if the best players in the world think X is right, then I'm not going to think about it. I'm just going to assume that they're,
It's a good argument.
They're right.
I can't go against you on that.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this. Not on stream, but you and I have a lot. That is kind of my view on bidding methods. Like, if there's an expert consensus on some bidding method, it's probably just correct because they've done all the thinking about it.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. I think obviously there are fads, but, by and large, the expert community as a whole is pretty good about, about figuring these things out.
I agree.
So, meanwhile, we've got a natural strong no trump by South, vulnerable. They play 15-17, so this is likely to be a somewhat familiar-looking auction from the North-South pair, despite their complicated methods on a lot of sequences.
Yeah, and now over a no trump, I guess that just probably ends the auction. North only has a 7 count. East-West, of course, with flat distribution, are not going to come in.
Right. Yeah, North has no reason to bid Stamen with a bad 7 count.
Right. And the other table actually did quite well to make 9 tricks and no trump. There's not a lot of convenient entries to the North hand to take these diamond finesses, which is what Declare is going to need to do. But we'll wait and see. Players are still, I guess, grabbing their cards out of the board, and that's why we see a little bit of a delay here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I would have said maybe they took a break, but I think probably not because the operator shouldn't pull up the next board until cards are out.
I think the operators have been pretty good about that. So it's possible that there's still some table discussion about the previous board or something. I don't know. Either way, we should be underway on this hand soon, and we are expecting just a no trump by South all pass.
Yeah, I guess it's possible that there's a director call over something, although I can't imagine what. Yeah, because this, given what the South hand looks like, it's hard to imagine that there's a play-related break in tempo here.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. Possibly the operator will let us know what this slight pause is about here. So in the other room, as you predicted, they did just play a quiet 1 no trump via 1 no all pass, and they managed to make 150.
Yeah. You kind of mentioned that that's a nice result for North-South. We do get a little bit of added information from our text commentators telling us that East was very friendly in the defense.
Yeah, with both spades on side, you do have entries to play diamonds twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's just played ace and another diamond, and that was that. But
well, goodbye, board 26. The board has been pulled.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see results, or maybe the board was fouled in some way.
That will not be the deciding board
All right, I look
in the
forward
match.
to hearing what happens. Yeah, unusual at this level. Possibly, you know, like maybe someone
Whoa.
stood up, to take a break after the board was up and saw that on the
It's
VRAF
okay, no
operating
one
screen or
panic, we're
something.
back. We have board 26 in front of us
Yep.
again.
Oh, huh. Okay.
Alright, pass, a no trump. Pass, pass, pass. Heart lead.
Yeah, I think West has a totally automatic heart lead, and East doesn't have a great choice of plays at trick two. Ace Diamond seems very reasonable. It's certainly your best chance for a lot of tricks is to catch partner with a long diamond suit.
Seems really strange though. West didn't lead a diamond at trick one.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, a club though, a club could set up some very slow tricks, but probably not enough to beat one no trump.
Al, if you're listening, make sure you just never blink again. Otherwise, we might lose more boards. So, heart to the ace.
Yeah, I think a major suit return he can tell is just totally hopeless. So, question is whether, so he does return a club. I think partner could have ace queen fourth of clubs or something here, and at least he'll take three club tricks instead of ace queen third of spades.
Okay. Looks pretty natural to play back the jack of hearts. I mean, that can't really hurt at this point. That might hold. And then I wonder how Declare is going to continue.
And you might overtake this to play a diamond.
Okay, he does. Yeah, that's probably a much better plan than I was thinking. Because obviously as Declare, you just want to tackle the diamond suit and get all of these entries to take diamond hooks.
Yeah, so lead a diamond. I mean, it's with no guaranteed second entry. You might run the 9 on the first round of the suit, which would work out well.
Yeah, definitely could. Not going to cost the contract.
I think that's what he's thinking about here. Yeah, I think that's certainly what he's thinking about here. Because like if the king holds, it might hold with ace doubleton in the West hand anyway. West is certainly a strong enough player to find that duck. And then you lead a spade, and so he is adopting that plan.
Yep.
I like it. It doesn't work here, but I think this is a really sensible way to approach this hand.
Yeah, completely agree. So now Declare wins the second club, can knock out the diamond ace, and I mean that'll be 7 tricks.
Yeah.
He'll have 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, and the heart that he's already scored. He knows the king of hearts is on side, so he's not worried about some disaster if the opponents get in, putting hearts through the 10-8.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like he'll score a spade trick in the end.
So I think he'll cash 3 diamonds, and
Well, West is getting squeezed.
Right. If West pitches a spade and a heart, then Declare can just lead a spade and take the king of spades, trick 13. And if West comes down to stiff ace of spades, North can keep 10 doubleton of hearts for the same effective ending.
And it's kind of friendly that West happens to have the spade queen, so there's not really going to be any guess in the end position. If West throws the 3 spades and then the queen, Declare is not going to have any worries about ditching down to stiff king of spades and dummy.
Right. On some layouts, then he might get the 10 as his last trick.
So 8 tricks, 1 imp goes the way of Zimmerman.
I think Klukowski probably just showed his hand and conceded there.
All right, on to board 27. We got 4 boards to play in this segment, but overall, I mean, aside from the 2 large double-digit swings, this has been a pretty flat set.
Yeah, I was wondering if South would be an opening bid in the North-South strong club methods. I think the New Zealand pair we saw over the last couple of days, 2 open hands like this. Let's do Moss and Brew
Right.
non-vulnerable. But he makes the conservative pass here.
Yeah, so North doesn't have a 2 diamond preempt available and elects to open 1 diamond in third seat.
Yeah. Sensibly, I think if he had 2 diamonds available, he would make it, but in their methods, it is
Yeah,
not.
and then
So he's just with the practical 4 hearts opposite a passed
yeah, with
hand.
partner being passed, despite the 15 high card points, he's severely lacking in key cards to make a slam. So just bids the game.
Yeah. And I think he's going to make this, right? He can pitch a club on the third spade and lose a heart, a diamond, and 1 club, but still go plus 420.
Yep.
So well judged, assuming that that does come to
Yeah, that
pass.
sounds right. He will have a little bit of a decision on the second diamond, although I suspect he'll just end up roughing with the 7 of hearts.
Yeah, and at that point, probably just play Ace of Hearts, Queen of Hearts, figuring that he can overtake the spade for his pitch later.
Yeah, the only scare is if South started with like. I guess you can't actually protect against South having both the king and 10 of hearts, right? Um,
Right, if North had the Ace of Clubs and could get in to lead a third diamond, it wouldn't be great for you, but there's really
yeah.
nothing you can do about that.
So
I think the 10 of diamonds here certainly is going to tell Declare that diamonds are at least 5-2 and possibly
yep.
6-1.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking, that North playing the second diamond might scare Declarer, but I'm sure he's also already worked out, as it took me a minute, that if South has king 10 third of hearts, there's really just nothing you can do. If you rough with a middle spot, South discards. An honor, queen or jack, South discards and has 2 natural tricks.
Right.
So he does kind of quickly decide 6 of hearts. South follows, and now he'll play ace of hearts, queen of hearts to net his game. The other table stopped at the 3 level. How did they only get to 3 hearts? So South opened 2 spades. Zimmerman in the other room. Do they have that in their arsenal? Was 2 spades, spades, and a minor, or was it just preemptive?
I'll take a look while you. Yeah, while you talk through the auction, I'll take a look here.
2 spades, pass, pass.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
two
so
spades was 2
spades and a minor by South in the other room. And then East in the balancing seat decided he no longer liked his king, queen, doubleton of spades, and felt like 3 hearts did his hand justice, and that ended up passing out.
Yeah, I think somewhat reasonably. I mean, the East hand does have a bunch of holes, right? I mean, it makes 4 hearts because West has the Jack of Spades and Queen of Clubs, but it certainly needs a perfect hand to make it once West, especially at this table where West passed in second seat. So this will be, I believe, a claim right about now.
Yeah, and so 6 more amps going into Zimmerman's pocket.
Yeah, so this has been a very one-sided set. It'll now be 30-2 for the segment, I believe, a 28
Yeah, and
pickup.
overall, Zimmerman is now ahead by 36 in the match. But the players will have a long dinner break, of course, to discuss strategy and who they're sending out for the subsequent segments. I think all of the teams that are currently in are 6-handed.
Certainly in this match, yes. The other match is what?
It is Fleischer against Street.
I believe Street is Fleischer is definitely 6-handed. I believe Street is as well.
And so, they might have a little bit of strategy for which pair goes to which table in terms of seating rights. But yes.
Yeah. I think, if the match finishes here, 36 imps, I think the strategy, at least for the third quarter, is sit there and do normal things and, hope things go your way a little bit and you pick up, 15, 20 imps back, and now you can play the fourth quarter
Yeah.
down the middle as well.
Well, what?
Like I think, if there's like 75 at the quarter break or the halftime break, you know, they might want to make some adjustments, but 30, 35 imps is
Yeah,
not
not over
panic mode
30
yet.
boards for sure. Especially when we see a lot of the swings are coming from game or slam swings one direction, and those are 10 plus imps for
Yeah.
each of them.
Yeah, it's just, we've seen just so often, that without anyone doing anything wrong, you can have a couple of double digit swings one way or another to change the match momentum really fast.
Well, we have what looks like a pretty typical 2/1 style auction here. A no trump was a one round force, and two clubs is just natural with clubs, three or more, which is where the auction has landed. And I don't think East West are going to be too happy playing in their 3-3 fit, but it's a little bit better than playing in the 5-1 with South having the 6-card spade rail over there.
Yeah, so this is, I think, a hand where these days most American pairs would just be declaring one no trump. Spade passes semi-fives, forcing no trump, and West would have nothing to do. Not like that's such a great spot either. With vulnerabilities in both round suits, but probably a little better than this.
Yeah, although I think one no trump with all these nice spot cards in the spade and diamond suit would have played just fine. At the other table, they ended up making 2 in that contract. Yeah. And here...
Yeah, here with the spade splitting poorly and the opponent having more trumps than you, like usually on a hand like this, maybe you just try to take as many spades as you could and just leave the trumps to, possibly score some roughs eventually. And, here that's not going to work at all.
Yeah, so Deweese kind of, understandably, with his 4-card club suit, despite the singleton spade, he didn't want to lead the opponent's spade suit, kind of blowing up that suit, and goes after pulling trumps, which looks like it's going to work out fine. North-South do have the availability to switch to hearts if South wants, to set up their 2 hearts to go along with their 2 diamonds and ace of spades.
Yeah, it's interesting because West would love nothing more than for this to become a no trump hand, and the defense has helped him toward that goal. Like it's a classic trump lead auction. When he doesn't preference, he almost certainly has a singleton spade, unless he has very long clubs.
Yeah, so an interesting thing that might happen here is if South switches to a singleton diamond, North can win the king and be pretty confident that there's no way South would be switching to a doubleton diamond, looking at that diamond suit and dummy. So North could actually then return a low diamond, letting his partner ruff, and kind of preserving his ace, while not really squandering any trump tricks on their side. And we might just see that.
Yeah, so Glukowski here. Yeah, so notice Glukowski plays the 5 of diamonds to preserve the illusion that South might have had a doubleton diamond here. He plays the deuce. It'll be 100% clear the 4 was a singleton.
So I expect Deweese to return a low diamond, and he does. This is...
Yeah, very quickly.
Nice defense. Play. And so now South, once again, has the opportunity, if he wants to, switch to hearts to set up some heart tricks, or he can return a trump.
Yeah, I think that 3 of diamonds, North could have played a middle diamond to tell South to use his judgment. That 3 of diamonds is as close to a command as it can get. So I think West will probably, I was going to say, probably want to win this, rather than risk another of his diamond tricks getting rough. He might hope that he can just draw trumps at this point if South was the one who started with 4 clubs. In that case, he would take, what, at least 6 tricks. I mean, he wouldn't be making his contract at that point, probably, because he still has 2 hearts and a spade to lose. Yeah, so I guess maybe you play a spade now. You know, he's just going to try to draw trumps. And I think he has no chance to make it at this point, no matter
No,
what.
but he's also probably not that worried. It's not vulnerable. It's not doubled.
Okay, I do not believe that was.
No chance to make it, you say? I mean, it still wouldn't have cost the contract, at least. North could rough the second spade, but a surprise that...
So North, South, having attempted to discard his ace of spades on the previous trick, is now shifted strategy and decided to preserve it for as long as possible.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that South didn't win the ace of spades on the first round, but...
So that 10 of hearts looks like a slip up, right? Oh, here we go. So now it'll go heart, spade, and declare will take the last trick to go down quite a few.
Yeah, down 3.
And 3. So 270 is 7M, so it's a sizable swing even in kind of a quiet part score.
And it's a little bit of a system flaw for East-West here that they weren't able to stop in a no-trump.
Yeah, and shows you, people kind of lose sight of it sometimes. It shows you how important these part score deals are. That 7M is actually more than missing a non-vulnerable game.
Al Hollander has the full effect of his caffeine high coming in now. He's listing all of Burns' law for these spectators.
Yeah. And I believe he put the apostrophe in the wrong place. I believe that is David Byrne with no S at the end, a British writer and player. Correct.
But yeah, Byrne does suggest that you should always have more trumps than your opponents.
Yeah, I suspect there are some Victor Malo hands that go against that, but as a general rule, I would agree.
So North opens a no trump, 15 to 17.
Yeah, so we'll see whether South is tempted by the vulnerability to make a light invitation after transferring. I think it's probably a little much with a jack high suit and no spots anywhere.
Yeah, the 9 of hearts is maybe a nice spot, but you're right. Jack third of diamonds, not that appealing of a holding.
Yeah, so Al pointing out this is a very good rule. When you bid trumps and eventually put the contract in no trump, don't put what would have been trumps in the trump position because partner will sometimes forget and start playing it as a cross ruff.
I did that in the Risinger when we were playing against Versace and Loria.
I don't remember that.
Loria was such a nice guy. He just claimed however many tricks and no trump for me and moved on to the next hand.
Sorry, which one did that?
Loria. Or no, Versace.
Yeah, they're
did.
both
Versace
gentlemen.
Did.
Yeah, both of those guys are gentlemen. So that's very nice of them. And I think at that point we had played against them a bunch, and they knew that you were a
sometimes. Maybe not that day. I needed to get my caffeine in the morning, I suppose. Well,
yeah, I think they knew that you weren't just some clown.
Well, the other table has reached 3 hearts on the north-south cards, and here they've stopped in 2 spades. How did the other auction get to and play in their heart fit? I mean, it's kind of a similar scenario.
So, yeah, the start was similar, but South reopened with a double since he, at that point he had a maximum for his pass. Which I still think is a little much because you have no assurance you have anywhere to go. I mean, a partner at 4 hearts, he would have taken the push himself. So I think it's a little aggressive, but obviously it worked out since they are able to make
it was Mueller was in the exact same position here as they were at the other table over 2 spades, but Zimmerman did elect to kind of balance, and 3 hearts happened to make.
Yeah, I think I feel I feel a little more comfortable with Mueller's choice here. I think the partner is like sitting over there with like 4-2, 4-3 or something. You just have nowhere to go, and I think that's very very likely.
How did three hearts happen to make?
Thanks, here.
I'm
So let's see. On the surface, they lose two hearts, and maybe they made the same King of Diamonds shift and a diamond shift
okay,
away.
that's possible. Yes. But it does look like Declare on power has a club, two diamonds, and two hearts to lose.
Uh, it looks a little weird. So it went. Um, let's see. So the opening lead was a spade. Declare played 3 rounds of spades roughing, and now played the three of diamonds. And West put up the king to unblock the suit. Not picturing the South would have the jack third for this kind of weird looking low diamond at trick four, which I think is sort of possibly sensible. I think South's play is a little strange given that he has um, more natural looking card play toward the king. So I think West was convinced that South had just small diamonds, possibly even a small doubleton.
Yeah, well,
But when you put up the king, that cost a diamond trick.
right, but it still wasn't even necessarily.
It shouldn't.
Yeah,
It shouldn't be
it
enough
wasn't
yet. I
enough
understand.
yet. But then Declare somehow end played West into being forced to rough and then lead trumps for him, and
Yeah, so he roughed the fourth spade and then played 3 rounds of clubs,
yeah,
putting West in. And at that point, he has 7 tricks, and West was end played. He had to give South the Jack of Hearts, and then the King of Hearts
yeah,
was
I
still in
know.
front of the
It's
ace.
actually pretty incredible that three hearts came home. So
Yeah.
Mueller may be doing a little bit better in the auction, but with the result from the other room, Zimmerman's gonna pick
So,
up another decent chunk.
so I'm not going to go through all the myriad possibilities, but I just quickly check the double dummy button, and three hearts is cold on
Oh
any lead
yeah, yeah,
according
I'm
to
sure
Gib.
it is.
So meanwhile, back to this one, declares looks like he's in pretty good shape here, huh? This diamond is going to cash, and he's got at least 3 trumps to come, so he'll go plus fairly easily, I think, even with the north south spade
Yeah,
holdings.
and now Declare can be a little bit careful if he wants, like play a fourth diamond, throwing another club. He's going to lose the two clubs anyway, so this could make the north-south spade holdings a little bit more compressed, and I think that's probably a good plan.
As so Al is reminiscing about the old days playing in the DC area where there was a very strong top amateur GNT team. Wolsey Robinson and Boyd Manfield. Those guys were, for a while, one of the best teams in the ACBL, and locally they played every event. So it was usually just a competition for runner-up at that point.
Yeah.
Yes, I think probably those days Bobby Lipschitz would have been often one of their teammates. He was joined them on their world championship team in 1986. Okay, so Declare is just playing his good diamond to pitch a losing club and try to weaken the opponent's trumps.
Yep.
It seems very sensible. Yeah, I must have left DC. So I moved to DC in '94 and started playing bridge there shortly afterwards. I think like fall of '94. I was kind of still a beginner, but was playing fairly actively locally. So I didn't know him. I wonder if we just missed each other or if just didn't cross paths. Yeah, DC was a great place to learn bridge. There were just so many experts, and they were very enthusiastic about bringing newer players into the game.
Yeah, it's a fairly competitive district. That's where I came from as well, and
Yeah. Yeah, I think you and I didn't overlap there because I left kind of just around the time that you were ditching chess for
Yes.
bridge.
Well, not much the defense can do on this board now that Declare has kind of somewhat severed communications, and especially in the spade suit itself. Eventually, whenever South plays that king of spades, West is going to be able to play the deuce under it, and will just end up scoring 3 spade tricks on power.
Yeah, so I think South
Okay,
here.
wait. Hold on, hold on.
Probably.
Okay, everyone pause. King of clubs.
Yeah, I was wondering. I think South is. So can South promote a trump trick? Not really though, because he can play a heart, and West can rough it. Well, West can figure out to exit with a deuce of spades,
Yeah,
but yeah, they might be able to get a second trump trick. Is that what
yeah.
you just said?
So,
Hold on a
I
minute
mean,
about,
South should have a
or a
count
third
on
trump
Declare's
card?
hand, and so he should know that he needs to cash a club right now. If he doesn't cash a club, Declare will pitch a club when he plays through a heart. But if it does go king of clubs
Right.
with South holding the lead, then he can play a heart. West will be forced to ruff with one of their middle spade spots, queen jack 10-9. And if North discards, oh, come on. Come on. 7 of clubs, amateur style. What is
Now,
what is
now.
he doing? No, it's a tough defense.
Well, I think yes, and I don't, and double dummy.
No,
Doesn't have to
Declare
work
could have
either.
worked out to effectively exit the 2 of spades at some point, playing South for a singleton honor. It's challenging.
I think,
Um,
yeah. Oh, I think on a high level he should do it though, because the other guarantees the Trump promotion to beat it. It's the only possibility.
well, spades could split.
Right, but then they could still. But if they do split, they can still just promote the last one. Right, declare a rough's middle, and North just pitches and has a tennis.
No, I mean, if spades have split, then it's possible Declare could just like play off all of his high spades and pull trumps that way.
Uh, I'm not sure. So suppose North had ace eight seven of spades and South had king deuce. So you cash a club, you play a heart, rough middle. West plays a high spade, South wins the king and just plays his last heart. West has to rough middle again, and North pitches his last non-spade.
Yeah. So it only works if North has the ace king third. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. If the 3-2 with the honors split, then it wouldn't
Good
work.
point.
So we'll never know if
No,
Lukowski would have gotten
he
that
would
one
have.
right.
We know he would have.
Yes, certainly. I would not bet against it happening. He is really an extraordinarily skilled player.
Well, on to the very last board of the set, and then we will be resuming in about 80 minutes from now for the third quarter of play. Zimmerman off to quite a sizable lead. Do you have? I will pull up the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, in fact, I forgot to see how my bridge winners bracket was doing. I think I picked 3 of the 4 semifinalists.
Yeah, so Fleischer is
at least.
ahead by 24 going
Golden.
into the dinner break.
So I've actually pulled up. I'm now well behind the lead, but my quarterfinal picks were not great. I think I had 5 out of 8, but I did manage to pick 3 out of 4
That's not bad.
semifinalists. Yeah, didn't see where you are.
You shouldn't bother.
Yeah.
So Kalita opening a heart and rebetting
Alright,
2
so-
clubs. This is some sort of Gazilli auction. And
Yeah, and I guess here also kind of a divergence from American methods, where I think in North America we would see the auction starting a hard pass 3 clubs invitational by
but
West.
effectively the same thing happened. East-West do get to their club fit and play at the 3 level.
Yep, 2 diamonds showed at least 9 points, 2 hearts, probably just sort of a waiting bid, and 3 clubs said, I have long clubs, and they're there.
Yeah, now the other table found their diamond fit north-south. They have 10 diamonds between them, got all the way up to the 3 level, and ended up sailing down a couple tricks.
Yeah, so here with the Spade King onside for Declare and the Heart King also onside for Declare and clubs 2-2, they're going to take, I think, all the rest of the tricks.
This is just, they were cold for slam the entire time. They do have this restricted choice play, so maybe they'll lose a club trick. Or maybe Declare just won't care and will cash the king of clubs just to get the hand over with faster. That's also a sensible plan. No, it looks like he is going after this plan of...
Yeah, I think on a hand like this, there's no reason not to take the restricted choice play with no weakness anywhere else.
So Queen of Hearts covered to the king and ace. Declare can now play a club to the 10. Be a little bit sad.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a little less sad, though, because it'll mean that he's missing a game and not a slam.
Right.
I don't know if he has a slam available, but it's normal for any Declare to be taking that finesse, no matter what level of contract.
And then North will switch to a low spade, and Declare will hop up with the ace, hoping the hearts split, and he'll emerge with 10 tricks.
Right. Yes, that's true, because if hearts do split, then he can pitch all of... he does go up.
This is kind of like a more safe play for 11 tricks, because now he could unblock the heart before getting to dummy to pitch all of his spade losers, but 12 tricks made.
Good point. Anyway, so Al is saying that he believes it is not a Gazilli auction, it's some other artificiality, so thank you for filling us in there.
Oh, and that's it. That was board 30. We're done, at least for now. So Zimmerman appears to be ahead by 37, if I can do math. They picked up 29 in this segment. That's a lot. Goodman will have their work cut out for them in the second half of play after the dinner break. Craig and I will be back here in about an hour and 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere, unless you want to leave for 75 minutes. But make sure you come back. Come back for the third quarter.
I came back yesterday.
I'm not talking
what are you
to
talking
you.
about?
I'm talking to the spectators.
Okay, well, yes, I probably am going to go step out briefly, but yeah, I'll see you back. Why don't I join you on Discord 5 minutes before game time, so we don't have the annoying chat text log while we figure out.
Okay, I will try and remember. See you then.
Excellent.
All right, Twitch chat. I am going to go get lunch. Let's see. We can make me visible again. There I am. I'm back. Well, as usual, I will shut the stream down for lunch break, but we will be resuming in about 75 minutes. Thank you all for hanging out and watching with us. And I guess if you are going to sleep, then have a good evening. Maybe I will see you tomorrow for the finals. And otherwise, I expect to see you all back